Okay, Israel. Hope everybody is doing well today. Back at it again, another Shabbat. We're a little short-handed with, our normal partners in crime, Sham Shwan and Dawiyad, but we're gonna keep pushing on and keep continuing today. Shout out Swore the Truth family, Kawakab in Guatemala, and the brothers and sisters he touches and teaches out from California all the way to Georgia. Shabbat Shalom. Also, Stream of Wisdom. Virginia, Kazakia, Stream of Wisdom, Houston, Quatazop, and Stream of Wisdom, Rochester, New York, with Zion. I hope all of our brothers are doing well. Once again, the Passover is March 31st in San Antonio, and it's going to be a good opportunity to catch up with the brothers and the families out here. And, for the week or a few days we have with each other, it's always a good time to kind of catch up on things and build on the brotherhood. So, without further ado, we're going to sit back here and send our prayers up and get started into class. Barak Thayhawa B'Hashem Yahshai. Hahawa, Nathan Lanawa, Awar, Zayawam, Thawara, Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it. Barak Thayhawa B'Hashem Yahshai. Hahawa, Nathan Lanawa, Rayach, Nayachacha, Thawara, Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it. Amajim Waponya Yerushalayim. Stand and face Jerusalem. Barak Thayhawa B'Hashem Yahshai.
Barak Thayhawa B'Hashem Yahshai.
Hahawa. Nathan Lanawa. HaShabbat. B'Shalom. Thawara. Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it. Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyamya, Hahara, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemayim, Wa'aratiza, La'a, Yanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamaya, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yeshon, Shashawamor, Yashara, Yahweh, Shemoya, Yahweh, Tazalia, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashmoya, Makor, Rai, Yashmor, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashmor, Hawalakia, Wabu'aya, Ma'aitha, Wa'ai, Ayamulam, Aman. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up my eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen. Amen. Excuse me, I'm just got to get this. Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharot, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharot, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharot, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our power. Yahweh is what? Lord's Prayer. Abanoah, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Haya, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak Wafka, Sabbath, Ratazaka, Haya, Aisha, Ba Ratazak, Kawa, Haya, Bashemaya, Netanel, Lecham, Ko, Yawam, Waslachno, Chawathino, Kaslachno, Chawathino, Wara'ah, Fabiano, Vanessawan, Abo, Habashano, Mayan, Right, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwath, Waha'ala, Wahatapa'araf, La'ay Walanyam. Amen. Lord's Prayer in English. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen.
10 Commandments. La'ayahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Achar, Ayo, Panya. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Number 2. La'ah, Tha'ina, Laka, Fasal, Wala'ah, Tha'ibada. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them. Number 3. La'ah, Thalach Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain. Number 4. Zakor, Hayawam, Hashabbat, La Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka. Honor thy father and thy mother. Number 6. La'ah, Tharatazak. Thou shalt not kill, murder. Number 7. La'ah, Tana'ah. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Number 8. La'ah, Thaganah. Thou shalt not steal. Number 9. La'ah, Tha'anah, Shakur. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Number 10. La'ah, Thachamat, Ko, Asherah, La'raika. Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's. Baruch thy Yahweh b'Hashem Yahushai. Ahawah. Nathalanawa. Hathawarah. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law. Israel Yeshabim. Water, sir. We'll be needing the Josephus today. No doubt. Last week, the title of the class was the Finalizing of the Temple Restoration Part 1. Today we're going to go into the Finalizing of the Temple Restoration Part 2. Last week, just a brief recap, we dealt with the first year of King Darius in power as the king of the Persian and Mede Empire. And to be specific, that first year was 522 BC. That King Darius was in power. Now, the reason we're even going into this is to explain that in the first year of his introduction into power, or his going into authority, is where First Esdras chapter 3 or chapter 4, well, actually 3 and 4 kind of come into effect, whereas Zerubbabel and 2 other men who were servants to the king as well as governors, they were sitting back here guarding the king during one of his big galas and this big gathering with all of his 127 governors or provincial leaders. They have a gathering. They came together. They celebrated King Darius I's coronation, And after King Darius had gotten his drink on, gotten his buzz on, he went back to his quarters. He couldn't go to sleep. These three men, Zerubbabel and the two other men, had this contest about what message was going to be the most impactful, what message of wisdom was going to be most impactful. And he was going to allow the King Darius I and all of his advisors to determine which counsel was the best, what words of wisdom was the best. The first individual said wine was strongest. The second individual explained that the king was strongest. And the third individual, which was Zerubbabel, said that women were strongest, but the truth prevailed above all things. And we stopped at that point, and we didn't go into Ezra's to figure out yet what path of wisdom was honored the most by King Darius and his delegates and his advisors. We're going to go from here and finish out what ends up happening once King Darius hears all of these three discourses by these three individual persons. Okay? So where we're going to start off, Kariah, is 1 Ezra chapter 4, verse 42 through 63. We're going to do a lot of reading today, a lot of reading. Hopefully we'll finish this topic off today, but I'm not sure. 1 Ezra chapter 4, verse 42 through 63. Kariah, let's get you saluted in.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Bana Sha'ala.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Bana Yasha'ala. I mention. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Shabbatah. Okay.
On verse 42, right?
Yes, sir. We're at verse 42. So, where we're taking off after Zerubbabel gives his dissertation about women. Matter of fact, let's do this. Start at verse 37 and run it down.
Come. 1 Ezra, chapter 4 and verse 37.
Yes, sir.
Wine is wicked. The king is wicked. Women are wicked. All the children of men are wicked.
And when you sit back here and serve the Most High long enough, you realize everybody's damn wicked. We always talk about the kings and queens and the princesses and Yasha'ala and Kwam Yasha'ala and Yasha'ala and fringes and garments and priests. When you get to the nuts and bolts of people, we're all wicked. And we're struggling to get to the kingdom. And if you're a teacher in whatever any town USA ain't saying that, they're wrong. To be completely honest with you. Israel wants to play God. It wants to play like these guys are chieftains and mighty men. We're the opposite of mighty men. A little flesh touches us, we break down. So let's not forget that as we continue further. We're all wicked. We're all trying to figure it out. Let's continue.
And such are all their wicked works, and there is no truth in them. In their unrighteousness also they shall perish. Mm-hmm. As for the truth, it endureth, and is always strong. It liveth and conquereth forevermore. Listen,
the word truth conquers forever, and all it takes is for our people to embrace the truth. The scripture always says, why do you lie against the truth? What does that even mean? Why do we lie to ourselves about what works and what's necessary? It's almost like once class and counsel and correct information is disseminated amongst our people, that's when the battle really begins. Yeah. Because once the picture is painted clear, then there's no more excuse. There's two things. Let me say it this way. There's two things that have to happen to where mankind is on the hook at that point. We always teach about the importance of being a good example. Because without being a good example, without sitting back here and being a living example of how to do things the right way, that's a built-in excuse in itself. So once we eliminate the excuse amongst us and the message is delivered properly, now there's no more excuses as to why a person can't receive the truth. But then that's where the battle comes in. Because that's when all the excuses in yourself come up. So anyway, I don't want to make it about that. We try not to. We're just kind of bringing out the message about how truth is always endures and it's the strongest. Now, whether we embrace, if truth is the strongest, the question really remains, do we embrace strength? The reality is, a lot of times we as men and women don't embrace strength. Don't embrace the power that the Most High gives us. We'd rather be lied to. We'd rather choose weakness because it's easier. So, let's continue.
Verse 39. With her, there is no accepting of persons or rewards.
There's no bribe. There's no incentive. You know, when you're sitting back here, you know what the pure essence of change, the pure essence of choosing strength, when you really realize what strength is and what it takes to attain spiritual strength, the only reward is the fact, do you love truth? Do you love pushing to be strong? Do you love truth in itself? Because any other motivation is not going to get you where you want to get to in this work. If it's about growth, in spiritual growth, the only reward is the fact that you overcame yourself. And is that enough for us to keep going, to keep fighting, to keep excelling? Okay? That's really what you're competing against, you versus you. How far do you want to go on this? How far do you want to achieve? How much do you want? How much you want to give yourself to this life? It's really up to how much discomfort a man or woman can handle. There's a trade-off: discomfort for spiritual growth. Discomfort for spiritual growth. And how much of that trade-off can a man or woman endure? How much are we comfortable with losing so we can attain spiritual strength? Anyway, truth is the strongest of all because that's the most powerful element that a person can pursue in life. Let's continue.
Verse 39. With her, there is no accepting of persons or rewards, but she doeth the things that are just.
It's just about justice. When it's about justice, it's not about what you're getting out to do. Can I go to sleep and be happy that I did the right thing for 23.5 hours of the day? And then tomorrow, can I sit back and shoot for 24 hours of being potent? Think about that. We're done.
And refraineth from all unjust and wicked things.
Mm-hmm.
And all men do well, like of her works.
Done.
Neither in her judgment is any unrighteousness. And she is the strength, kingdom, power, and majesty of all ages. Blessed be the power of truth. And with that, he held his peace. And all the people shouted and said, great is the truth and mighty above all things.
Because, listen, greatest truth transcends all nationalities. It transcends these guys' idea of their idols and their religions. It's still about truth and honor. And honor reigns supreme over anything. And that is a concept that all men, at this age at least, at this one in the 500s, could understand and appreciate. Let's continue.
Verse 42. Then said the king unto him, ask what thou wilt more than is appointed in the writing, and we will give it thee.
He says, man, whatever you want, obviously in measure, you can have. You earned it, Zerubbabel. Read on. Because
thou art found wisest, and thou shalt sit next to me, and shalt be called my cousin.
He's like, you're going to be a trusted advisor. Because from how you're communicating, I need a man like this on my team. He had a bunch of other advisors he had. But in a court, in a nation, in a kingdom as vast as it was. Don't forget, their kingdom went from India at this time all the way to Egypt. and to up north up to Turkey. So this was a vast, powerful kingdom. So I'm going to take as many wise and intelligent people I can keep on my board of advisors. You know, Esau, even right now in America, in all these other countries, they have think tanks.
Yeah.
And they hire these highly educated MIT students and Rhodes scholars, and they use these intelligent people to help forecast wars, to help forecast economic aspects and directions of where the country is going. They use these think tanks to kind of forecast how they want to take their economic and their military. Listen, they've done war games just recently about do they have enough resources to fight a two-front war in Taiwan for Taiwan and with Russia. Obviously they don't, but they've created these stupid war game scenarios, and just speaking candidly, they kind of go and they explain it's going to be, what do you call it, not neutral, but a stalemates. And that's not true either. But if that's what they want to say, that's fine. But even Esau now operates on the premise of these think tanks. So this King Darius the First is like, listen, man, you're going to be a cousin to me. I'm going to keep you close to me. Tell me what you need. Tell me what you want, and you got it. Let's continue.
Verse 43. Then said he unto the king, remember thy vow, which thou hast vowed to build Jerusalem.
Stop. He says, remember your vow. Remember the vow that you made to yourself, that you was going to sit back here and fulfill everything that that wasn't a great grandfather, but his predecessor, King Cyrus, was going to do. We're going to hold this to recap. Thawam.
Yes, sir.
Let's get you saluted in. We're going to want you to go to Josephus and read a chapter in Josephus real quick.
Tahawam ban Ashar ban Shabbatah ban Ashar ban Yasha'Allah.
Thawam Racha, Shah Shabbatah, Barashar, Bayashrala. Amajim, Barak, Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshar Barakatah.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshar Barakatah.
We got double the shar in the house real quick. All right, that's a bet. Matter of fact, Karai, can you go in the office and get that seat, that little seat in my chair? I need that the seat so I can, the cushion. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
The cushion. Because if not, I'm going to be hurting. I need you to go real quick to Josephus, book 11, chapter 3, paragraph 1, to give a brief recap to, oh, shoot. Excuse me, y'all. There we go. Feels better. So it's Josephus, book 11, chapter 3, paragraph 1.
Okay.
Read that, sir.
Josephus, book 11, chapter 3, paragraph 1. After the slaughter of the Magi.
The Magi was that individual that came in and tried to usurp power for a few months after King Cambyses II died. He usurped, claiming he had some kind of authority to the throne, but he got pulled out and eliminated. So after this guy got eliminated, read on.
Who upon the death of Cambyses attained the government of the Persians for a year. Those families, who were called the 7 families of the Persians, appointed Darius, the son of Hystopsis, to be their king. Now he, while he was a private man, had made a vow to God that if he came to be king, he would send all the vessels of the Most High that were in Babylon to the temple at Jerusalem. Now it so fell out that about this time...
Stop. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to bring out that point that Zerubbabel had reminded him after he had won this contest, saying, listen, don't forget the vow you made before you got elected by the 7 families of the Persian kingdom to put you in this position. Before you got put to this position, you prayed and you asked that if you got this position, you would do right by the Jews and bring all of their equipment and their priestly items back to the temple to reestablish these Jews. So now Zerubbabel is reminding him, hey, you just got in office. It's year 1. Don't forget your vow that you made. Now, we're in 1 Ezra chapter 4, verse 43 now.
Come. 1 Ezra chapter 4 and verse 43. Then said he unto the king, remember thy vow, which thou hast vowed to build Jerusalem, in the day when thou camest to thy kingdom, and to send away all the vessels that were taken away out of Jerusalem, which Cyrus set apart when he vowed to destroy Babylon, and to send them again thither.
Mm-hmm.
Thou also hast vowed to build up the temple, which the Edomites burned when Judea was made desolate by the Chaldees.
Now listen, this is a verse we need to hold on for later on, because there's a scripture in Psalms that talked about when Esau said, raise it to the foundation thereof. You know, there was some burning and destruction when the Babylonians conquered down Jerusalem. We know that. But they didn't, obviously what this verse is saying is that the Babylonians didn't completely destroy the city. Esau completely destroyed the city. And this ties in with what Psalms talks about with raise it to the foundation thereof. Matter of fact, I need to sit back here and notate this. Raise it, I think, is in Psalms 137, right? Give me that verse.
Psalms 137.
No, just look it up.
Okay, got it.
Raise it. And I'm pretty sure it's Psalms. Very sure it's Psalms. I just don't want to, and it's in the hundreds. I know that. I could be wrong with, maybe I am. I will find it at another time, but I want to sit back and keep that. Let me see. You know what? I bet you it's spelled with just R-A-S-E. Yep, it's 137 verse 7.
Yeah, Psalms chapter 137 verse 7.
Read it.
Come. Remember, O Yahweh, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof.
And now we're sitting back here in 1 Ezra chapter 4, verse 45. Read that again, sir.
1 Ezra chapter 4 and verse 45. Thou also hast vowed to build up the temple, which the Edomites burned when Judea was made desolate by the Chaldees.
Yep.
And now, O Lord the King.
That's all I want from that part. Just Esau sat back here and made, once we were pulled out, they completely burned Jerusalem down and wiped it out to where there was nothing to be salvaged. Okay? So, now read verse 46.
46. And now, O Lord, the King, this is that which I require, and which I desire of thee. And this is the princely liberality proceeding from thyself. I desire, therefore, that thou make good the vow.
What he's saying is, this isn't even me asking for something for myself. I'm just reminding you of what you wanted and of what you were freely willing to give before the Lord gave you this position. Okay? What it's letting you know is that there were nations that were gung-ho, that when they got the position of leadership, they were going to do right by that position. And part of Darius's desire was to do right by the Jews and to be as honorable as possible in his position. And you can tell, when you look throughout history, even the kings of the other nations that ruled honorably lasted longer in their positions of power. Darius lasted, if I'm not mistaken, over 30 some odd years. The king after him, Xerxes, lasted 20. Artaxerxes lasted 40. These men were honorable towards the Heavenly Father in comparison to other individuals who didn't have a regard for the Heavenly Father. They were out within months and years. Okay, even Cambyses only had a reign for 7 years because his heart wasn't pure towards the Father. If I'm not mistaken, Cyrus was in power from 550 to 552 to 530. So he had a long reign. When men were honorable towards the Heavenly Father, even if they were non-Israelites, the Most High extended their time on earth in positions of power. So keep that in mind too. Let's continue in 1 Ezra 4 and verse 40. Was that?
46.
Yes.
Here come. 1 Ezra chapter 4 and verse 46. And now, O Lord the King, this is that which I require and which I desire of thee. And this is the princely liberality proceeding from thyself. I desire therefore that thou make good the vow, the performance whereof with thine own mouth thou hast vowed to the King of heaven. Then Darius the king stood up and kissed him, and wrote letters for him unto all the treasurers and lieutenants and captains and governors, that they should safely convey on their own way both him and all those that go up with him to build Jerusalem. He wrote letters also unto the lieutenants that were in
Seleucia. Seleucia is a newer age name for the Levant. As different kings and leaders started taking that area over, they will call it names that were suited to them. Because Seleucia included Israel, Syria, the Amorites, Moab, Esau, Philistines, and so Seleucia, read on.
Seleucia and Phoenicia.
Phoenicia was the new term given to Tyre and Zidon. See, the names start changing. We had to be aware of the evolution of the names as the different kings and the different leadership kicks in. Once the Greeks come in, they're going to name these areas differently as well. So Phoenicia, Tyre, and Sidon, the ancient Phoenicians, because the ancient Phoenicians were known for their ships, so were the Tyrians, Zidonians known for their ships. So were eventually also the people of northern Africa, which were the people that Hannibal was responsible, that was part of Carthage. The Carthaginians were known for their shipping industries also. The Carthaginians were an offshoot of the Phoenician dynasty, which was an offshoot of the Tyrians, Zidonians. Just something to be conscious of. So, let's continue.
And unto them in Libanus.
Libanus is Libya. Libya is up north. It was north of Tyre and Zidon, which took you to present day during Christ's time, Antioch, leading us all the way to Turkey. That whole area, Turkey, was Libya. Northern, matter of fact, let me take that back. Salakia. That was the wrong thing. It says Seleucia, the lieutenants of Seleucia, Phoenicia, and Libanus. Libanus is Libya, which is North Africa. Okay, so that whole area from North Africa all the way to Tyre and Zidon, that was that region. Okay, Libanus was Libya. Let's continue.
That they should bring cedar wood from Libanus unto Jerusalem, and that they should build the city with him.
Now let me take that back again. Salakia. Libanus is Lebanon. Libanus is Lebanon, and you know that because of the cedar wood.
Yeah.
Libanus is Lebanon. Phoenicia is still Tyre and Zidon in that same region. It's still dealing with that region of Seleucia, and it's in a region where they needed the wood from Lebanon to get shipped down so that they can continue to build their structures and frames. Yeah. So Libanus is Lebanon. Phoenicia is still Tyre and Zidon. And Seleucia is that entire region. And Darius was writing to these governors to make sure that everybody that ran over these jurisdictions don't spare an expense to get the temple squared away for the Jews. Let's continue.
It says, verse 49. Moreover, he wrote for all the Jews that went out of his realm up into Jewry, concerning their freedom, that no officer, no ruler, no lieutenant, no treasurer should forcibly enter into their doors.
So he's also saying, give them freedom without over restriction. Don't sit back and just barge into these people's spaces and get in the way of how they construct their business. Because obviously, reading in earlier chapters, you had the people directly up north of them, which were the Samaritans, or the Samaritans, which were non-Israelites, that still kept their culture of idolatry and mingled it with a bastardized version of the Hebrew belief system. They had a habit of coming down to our territory and micromanaging and getting in the way of our affairs. So obviously Zerubbabel is asking, hey, can you make sure that these other people and governors around us don't sit back here and prod and prick and get in the way of what we're trying to do here? So this is what Darius is writing in his letters. Okay, let's continue.
Verse 50. And that all the country which they hold should be free without tribute, and that the Edomites should give over the villages of the Jews which they were held.
And it also lets you know, I had mentioned it in previous classes, but it wasn't just the Samaritans that was taking lands and spaces that was ours. Remember we read when King Cyrus was in power, that they were still operating in fear in the region? That fear from the region wasn't just from people of the north. That fear in the region was from people in the south. So Esau was sitting back here claiming territorial land rights into lands that were initially controlled by the Hebrews. So remember these 50,000 folks that came from all the different regions of the nation, of the world, and they went back to Jerusalem? There were Edomites, there were Samaritans, there were different people that weren't giving up the squatted land that they had observed and taken power for those 70 years when we were down. And even to this day, remember it was like 15 years since construction got stopped, that they weren't able to occupy their land in totality. So now Darius is saying, okay, I'm writing these letters to make sure everybody that has your occupied land from your territory, they got to come off that land. On top of construction has to continue. On top of the fact that these people and these governors and these leaders can't interfere in what you're doing in your area. So Darius is given a sovereignty to operate as an exclusive nation once again, without the fear of retribution. But the beautiful thing about it is the Most High had to make us wait for 7+ years to get this accomplished. 2 years under Darius, 7 years under Cambyses, and 6 years that the work was halted by political red tape during the time of King Cyrus. Whenever you, people in your family, a camp and a school, is trying to do the right thing and trying to push forward, y'all, don't forget, there is going to always be natural pushback. When you're trying to make good steps, trying to make good strides, there's always going to be people and scenarios getting in the way of progress. Don't let that affect your service. Don't let that affect your commitment to this work. Don't let it slow you down. No matter how many years you have to wait, don't let it stop your determination. We're going to read about how sometimes in the process of waiting for something good to happen, there is a spirit of apathy that hits on you. We'll go into that later. So, where are we at in 1 Kings 4?
First Ezra 4.
First Ezra, Salakia. Read verse 50 again.
First Ezra, chapter 4 and verse 50. And that all the country which they hold should be free without tribute, and that the Edomites should give over the villages of the Jews which then they held.
It's letting you know that Israelite Edomite beef was strong even at that point. Okay, read on.
Verse 51. Yea, that there should be yearly given 20 talents to the building of the temple until the time that it was built. And
So the 20 talents of gold was supposed to get contributed to the building annually until construction is completed.
Yeah.
What it also lets you know is there's scripture in Proverbs that says, when a man pleaseth the Lord, even his enemies be at peace with him. When you're doing the right way, a lot of times you're going to get help from outside nations and outside people to contribute to your cause, and we can't be so anti-receiving help from any source of people. Sometimes you're not going to get it from the people that you want it to come from. Mm-hmm. It's going to come from outside sources that you don't know nor you don't have control over. That's the way the Most High humbles you. This whole process of our rebuilding is completely humbling. Listen, we don't have any power to get anything done at this point. We're sitting back here. What's that term of when you're sitting back here begging for a handout? You're like our hands were out after 586 BC. Well, is that what it's not? You're living not hand to mouth, but is it hand to mouth? You're living hand to mouth. You're living I think it's you're living hand to mouth. Let me know if I'm saying it right, but no. It's like from after we were put into captivity by the Babylonians. From that point on, we're living hand to mouth. We're living by the good graces of the nations that are feeding us. We're sitting back. Listen, the Most High never took us out of that position. So that feeling that we even encounter now about having to constantly sit back here and wait for another person to get us out of our situation, and we're living off the mercy of our bosses, the mercy of the powers that be, we have felt that since 586 BC, when we lost our independence. We want to sit back here and equate that feeling to just America, but it wasn't just America. We've been in that feeling of, you know what, we want to do this, we want to push and grow at this, but there's so many things keeping me back from getting where I want to go. The Most High doesn't want us to lose that feeling. You know why? Because we squandered that freedom when we had the chance. We squandered it for the 80 to maybe to 100 years. I'm going to say this. For 80 years, we were in power with Solomon and David. We had a great reign. But after that, there was a decline. So we were in power for maybe like 200 years. And we never appreciated that position. So the Most High gave us a certain amount of years in power, and we had sovereignty. We didn't appreciate it. So from here on out, we're living hand to mouth, begging and hoping somebody takes care of us. Part of the curses in Deuteronomy 28 tells us, let's go here real quick. This is how you know it is not just an America thing. Because what people don't realize is Deuteronomy 28 is also talking about when the Babylonians took us over. Deuteronomy 28 and verse 48. Deuteronomy 28 and verse 48 is a verse that I kind of want to pull. Read that.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 48. Therefore, thou shalt serve thine enemies, which the Most High shall send against thee in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things.
For everything you want, you got to wait for the principality or the power or the governor to sit back and bequeath the freedoms you're asking for. But that wasn't just in America. Listen, what was Babylon? Matter of fact, I should have listened. Let's do this real quick. This is quick. This is nothing major, but I wanna pull this verse real quick. Back to that Psalms 137 again, if you can. Sure. 137 verse 7 and 8.
Con.
Matter of fact, I want you to read Psalms 137, verse 1, 7, and 8.
Con. Psalms chapter 137 and verse 1. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down. Yea, we wept when we remembered Zion.
So this is Israel when we fell in 586 BC. When we were stationed in the rivers of Babylon in our new home for 70 years. We wept and cried about losing Jerusalem, losing our city, losing our sovereignty, losing our independence. Now we jump to verse 7. Read on.
Verse 7. Remember, O Yahweh, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof.
So they're saying, don't forget Esau. When we were down, they rubbed it in, and they made sure our rebuild in 70 years was going to be that much more difficult by burning everything to the ground. Now read verse 8.
Verse 8. O daughter of Babylon, who are to be destroyed.
So Esau, the Edomite kingdom that was going to emerge down the line, scripturally is referred to as the daughter of Babylon.
Right.
So when we're sitting back here and reading in Deuteronomy 28, this is talking about Babylon, the present day Neo-Babylonian empire led by Nebuchadnezzar that conquers us in 586 BC and years previous to that. And it's talking about the daughter of Babylon that was going to have us on the tail end of the world empire. We're going to be subservient to both Babylons under the same conditions. Okay? So let's let that go in Psalms and go back to verse 48. So verse 48 is really talking about how we're going to be serving our nations in one of all things from the time of the Babylonians all the way until the daughter of Babylon gets in power. Okay? Now there was a 1,000-year reprieve, and that was during the Dark Ages. The Most High gave us sovereignty up in Europe. But for the most part, in between this whole time, we were servants, and we were in wants of all things in the world. So read verse 48 again in Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 48. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Most High shall send against thee in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness.
And that process is extremely humbling and frustrating and aggravating. We always pull this verse out, but when you think about the fact that it didn't have to be this way, it's more of a slap in the face. So now we're just waiting and hoping that King Darius or the next king was going to show us mercy, because Cambyses said, F y'all. Right. So now we're going to be servant and subject to whatever Cambyses feels, and hope the next king does black folks better. Doesn't that sound like now?
Yep. Yeah.
When George Bush then was in power, like, we can't wait till these Bushes get out. Maybe the next guy's going to give us a break. Yeah. Then you sit back here after the first George Bush, then you saw, what's his name, Clinton. He's blowing the saxophone on a Serial Hall and says, I like this guy. He's kissing little nigger babies. He's okay with the black people. He's from Arkansas. He's cool. And nothing happens there either. Then you sit back here and you get the next George Bush, and it's like, okay, you ain't getting nothing out of this deal. Then you get Barack. You're like, you think things gonna happen? You get spit on the face even worse. Yep. That dude's all about country and power and sustaining big government. But every 4 years, we're sitting back here saying Trump's gonna take care of us now. Once Trump comes in, listen, I don't know if you saw this guy online where he had a T-shirt saying NIGGAS for Trump. NIGGAS for Trump. Yeah. And now all of a sudden black folks are for Trump now. Whereas like 4 years ago, it was like, we got to get this guy out of here. He's racist, this, and this. Then you get a little whiff of Biden. You're like, man, black folks, you go back to Trump. Trump's better than Biden. But you see how all this posturing and voting, and we're just hoping the Trump takes care of the black man. I hope Trump saves America. That's literally what everybody's hoping on. But that feeling of powerlessness and hoping another God will look after us, hoping Greg Abbott will take care of us, this is part of the curses. We don't have any institutional power to come together as a body and pull us out of anything. But it's also a reminder, the curse is the fact that we couldn't handle it anyway if we had it. If our people were put in power, they'd be even more tyrannical on us. That's the sad part about it. If you put an Israelite over other Israelite affairs, he'd be a tyrant, huh? You'd be a tyrant. There was a guy named Tom Bradley that was a mayor of the state of California, or mayor of Los Angeles. Like, Tom Bradley was harder on black folks than he might swear. Tom Bradley didn't give two you-know-whats about black folks. Remember in the 90s when all that police brutality was at an all-time high? When Rodney King was getting beat? Tom Bradley was a mayor. He didn't give a damn. He didn't give two damns. I'm like, you would think black folks would look at the black folks. When they get to that power, that position, shit. There's no way. He was worse on black. Listen, they used to call him Uncle Tom Bradley. And I was a kid, remember that? I remember that statement. Like, this guy don't care about black folks. I knew that. I didn't know about politics, but I knew that guy, he didn't like black people. And he didn't care about people in the hood and their problems. What am I trying to say? All I'm saying is the real curse is not having power and just waiting on the mercy of a king or the mercy of a president. And if he feels like it, he might shoot some money your way. If he feels like it, he might loosen up the tax budget and allocate funds to the inner city if he chooses. So think about this situation with King Darius. He's just allocating funds to the hood.
He might raise the earned income tax credit.
That's what he's doing. He give you $500 more for your kid. That's what he's doing in the ghetto of Jerusalem. He'll sit back here and pay for a First AME church to get put up in the hood. It's like the Jewish version of the First AME church. Okay, we'll fund that. But it's just humbling to realize, hey man, we were really that low and had to start over. And we were going to be in this perpetual state of hoping that Massa would take care of us for once of all things. Yes, sir?
That's just like living off a breakthrough. Instead of having the power to be able to do something on your own.
A country that has its own sovereignty, has its own gross domestic product, has its own processing, has its own items they can sell, they can create income, they can create jobs from within. They can sit back here and create all these things to sustain your own country. We were an unsustainable country back then, and we are now. All we had back then was a wall and a temple and a water source. That's not going to sustain a country and an empire. We were small, and all we had going for us is we had the ability to serve the powers that be well. That was our advantage. The Jews were able to sit back here and gain the favor of this king and that king and this king and that king. And as long as we were able to serve and gain the favor of the powers that be, we would stay under the radar. When we sat back here and had pride and ego and thought we were more and thought we should deserve more, all of a sudden the Most High would slap us on the hand with the powerful nation that would humble us and break us down. So this is where we're at. It's a joyous time because the temple is being restored, but it's a reminder that we really ain't nothing. We're acting like we're begging for breadcrumbs just to sustain our. We didn't have the money, we didn't have the finances or the authority to build on our own. What this is showing is we didn't even have the money. He gave us the authorization. Why didn't Darius just say, "You guys got the authorization to build"? He said, "I got to give you authorization, and I got to give you money from the Persian income tax system to sit back here and fund your project. We didn't have the money to buy wood. And I mean, that wood is too high. Man. We ain't got the money. We ain't got nothing. We ain't got nothing. We couldn't even pay for it. But that's us now. We're fighting and scrambling to put a school together. The best we can do with the most is rent. We was renting back then. We're renting now. Anyway, it's a blessing, but it's a reminder that damn man, we're living off damn crumbs, huh? Just survive. So let that go in Deuteronomy. Let's get back to 1 Ezra, chapter 4 and verse what, sir?
52. You can start 51 again. Talking about the funding.
Yeah, let's go to 51.
1 Ezra chapter 4 and verse 51. Yea, that there should be yearly given 20 talents to the building of the temple until the time that it was built, and other 10 talents yearly to maintain the burnt offerings upon the altar every day.
So once again, that was the Most High's mercy to say annually, I'm gonna have the Persians give you 30 talents of gold to build and to sustain the operation of the temple. Because as long as the temple sacrifices were going, listen, the nations were being honored also. The Persians were being blessed because they were paying for those offerings. Why do you think part of the reason the Persian Empire lasted so long? Well, people don't realize Moses said the gold is his, the silver is his, the kings are his. They were in authority because they were allowing and funding the Jews to sacrifice on the altar. What was the most, think about big picture what the Most High was trying to do. He was keeping us humble while exalting his name to the entire world. What was the Most High's philosophy before we fell? I am going to humble the nations while exalting the Jews. Mm-hmm. The lesson was still to teach the nations to fear the Lord. Yeah. Right? Most High was teaching the nations to fear the Lord, but using us as a city on a hill. Now, because we couldn't handle the position of being the city on a hill, he has to humble us, bring us down to nothing, and work on those kings and keep them humble. And teach them, if you honor my people and honor me, I'll keep you in power. And I'll fight with you through your wars and protect you in your conquest of the world as long as you look after me. And then, the majority of these leaders the Most High was bringing up, were they idolatrous? Yes. But did they have a proclivity to serve the Most High too? Yes. And because they were humble enough to acknowledge the Holy of Holies and the power of the Lord, he kept them afloat. Yes, Karai.
So basically the nations, they were praising the Most High by helping out the Jews.
Yes. But how are they helping out the Jews? They weren't just funding the temple, they were funding the sacrifices. Mm-hmm. The Romans took it a step further and said, pray for us. We will fund these sacrifices, but pray for us also. So what do you listen? That meant they had an acknowledgement that the Father is real.
Yeah.
The Greeks did the same for the most part, until there was a chink in our relationship towards the Most High, and when we started going left and wanting to serve the Greeks' idols, that's when the Greeks said, "Okay, you want to be like us? Then we're going to eliminate all your Jewish stuff." Don't forget, it was like a 60-40 percentage of Jews that wanted to operate like Greeks for the gain of it. There was a majority of those people in comparison to the ones that want to keep the belief system of the Jews. That's why Antiochus came in with his desire to bring Zeus in and destroy the altar and the temple. That was started by us. There were sellout Jews that went to Antiochus and said, listen, we want the Greek way. People want to vilify Antiochus. He's wicked. But who brought Antiochus on our radar? Our people. We were supposed to shut up, pay our tribute, and do your job. And we're going to read all throughout the scriptures and all throughout Josephus, when all we did is, if we sit back here, kept our spiritual integrity and served the kings and the leaders that was provided in front of us, we were out the red. But you know what that also meant? When we served our leaders, serve the leaders the Most High put over us, whether it was the Persians, the Greeks, the Romans, guess what was happening? You were living check to check.
Yeah.
You were living check to check and just getting by. But the sellouts, they wanted more. So they were sitting back willing to compromise their belief system to gain more advantage. Not accepting the Most High kept us living check to check to keep us what? Humble. We look at living check to check as it's a curse, it's not fair. I'm a king, I deserve more. The Most High kept us down because we didn't earn the ability to have more. And the Most High knew when we had more, we're more wicked.
Yep.
The more you get, the more negative options you have. If you're going to be honest, once you get out of your little range of finances and bread, and you got what disposable income, what are you going to do with disposable income? Give it to the poor? Shit. It ain't going to the poor. Where is it going? Listen, party time, new whips,
Feel me?
casual living,
Chain shining out.
chains, clubs,
Dripping out.
money, cash, clothes. What's that at?
You become complacent.
And very comfortable. But what is that? You know what complacent means? Vices. That's what complacency means. I'm complacent. I'm comfortable. What vice could I tap into? But idleness opens up the doors for vice. Yes, sir.
Your zeal falls off. So
Why read the Bible? I'm comfortable.
yeah.
Listen, I'm not a big fan of Kanye, but when he said a song, it was a song he wrote, "Hard to be humble when you're stunting on the jumbotron." I understand what he's saying. When you're sitting back here and you're getting all these fans and all this power and all this money, it is very hard to stay humble and in the book. That's how I equate it. When you have all these things, you're blowing up, and you got cash on hand, disposable income, time, comfort. You're gonna sit back here and take that freedom and give it to the poor? No, you're not. So the Most High knows that about our nature. He's gonna give us just enough to keep us fighting for more, and that's how He humbles us. We want to blame the nations and Esau. Listen, bro, it was Esau, it was the Persians. The game was the same. The game that we face, the dilemma that we face, is the same across the board. And the dilemma is, I'm going to keep you like this, to keep you humble, to keep you willing to be conscious and pray. When life is comfortable, are you praying the same when life ain't comfortable? It's very simple. When you have everything you need, are you praying? It's sad, but you're not. And the Most High knows that about our nature. So, let's continue.
First Ezra chapter 4, verse 50.
So this is a good, glorious time, but we're in a situation where it's like, bro, we're just barely we need the money to buy timber. It's not just we're getting protection. We're getting protection. We're getting the judicial and the might of the legislation to back off these Edomites and the Edomites from the south and the Samaritans from the north. We're getting that. We're getting money. We're getting money for our sacrifices, which lets us know we didn't even have the money for sacrifices. To keep the volume going to sacrifice twice a day at the temple. So all of it costs money, and we didn't have any self-sustaining income for our nation. And it just lets you know how broken and weak we really were. Now let's continue.
Verse 52. And other 10 talents yearly to maintain the burnt offerings upon the altar every day, as they had a commandment to offer 17, and that all they that went from Babylon to build the city should have free liberty, as well they as their posterity and all the priests that went away.
So it's letting you know that not only were the Jews not allowed to build in the temple, the other Israelites weren't allowed to rebuild in the city of Jerusalem. They were catching hell just to get back to their ancestral land and establish roots there. To reestablish roots, and they were catching hell rebuilding in the temple. Because why rebuild the temple when there's no walls and no protection? We haven't even gotten to the walls and the fortification of the walls yet. That's for Nehemiah. And then Ezra comes in, and once we get the temple going, Ezra comes in down the line and starts dealing with the moral decay amongst the priesthood, and he has to sit back and rebuild us in that position. But let's continue.
Verse 54. He wrote also concerning the charges and the priest's vestments wherein they ministered, and likewise for the charges of the Levites.
We couldn't even pay for priest garments, huh? We couldn't even pay for clothes, some basic clothes, huh? We were that broke. Darius had to pay for the clothes on our back. That's nigga shit. We couldn't even buy linens and clothing. We couldn't make it. We were that broke. It just reminds us about how we are now. It's the same thing. We're begging. Well, listen. Once again, stimulus checks, extra earned income credit. Jake be living off that. Free daycare. This is how our people have been living for years. Food stamps. Yep. That's what this is. We were the Persian man's burden before the white man's burden. Before the white man's burden, we were the Persian man's burden. We were the Greeks' burden. We were the Romans' burden. We're all these damn nations' burden. Yep. Let's continue.
Verse 55. And likewise for the charges of the Levites, to be given them unto the day that the house were finished and Jerusalem builded up. And he commanded to give to all that kept the city pensions and wages. He sent away also all the vessels from Babylon.
King Darius is doing to Israel what the United States is doing for the Ukrainians. I don't know if y'all know right now, because Russia is like breaking the Ukrainians, like all the wheat manufacturing. There's no more wheat manufacturing. All the farms, a lot of the farms on the east that had some of the richest soil on the earth is in Russian territory. They had passed grain. They had passed grain harvest. They can't even use the Black Sea waters to ship out the grain anymore. Because what was happening is the Ukrainians were using the shipping boats containers that would send out grain to the world. They were using those same shipping plants or those same shipping boats to re-up their weapons. So Russia found out, okay, you're bringing grain out, and the boats are coming back with weapons. So now we got to cut off your grain shipments. So now they can't get grain out. The remaining of the grain that they had, they can't get it out. So their GDP, Ukraine's way to sustain themselves economically, is completely shut down. This is why, when you're sitting back here and watching on TV, the United States is trying to push for $61 billion for this next chunk of money to come from the Congress. A lot of that money is going to just pay for government jobs, pay for the city to get sustained. Firefighters, policemen, just how to function a city. The United States and NATO and Europe, they're paying just to keep the government afloat. Without this money, they can't even pay civil service. They can't pay teachers. They can't pay nobody. So Ukraine is completely dependent on the United States and Europe, just like we were completely dependent on the Persians even paying for city workers and officials. It was that dire. It was that serious. It is that serious for them now, the Ukrainians, and us now. In Darius's time, we couldn't pay. We couldn't even establish a city because there was not enough money to even establish the building of a city. To have payrolls, there was no money. I'm just trying to explain to you how bad and how dire the situation was. There was no jobs created. Nobody can get paid. They're just sitting back here, just living on their farms. Whatever you were going to sit back here and grow, you'll take that and maybe barter with people. They were operating in some kind of a barter system because there was no money flow. There was no way to really survive. They were cut off from the rest of the world. And those 50,000 people that came over from Babylon, they were true pioneers. And it took true faith to make that trip. And it kind of lets you know why a lot of Jews didn't make that trip initially. Because they didn't have the faith or the spiritual fortitude to sit back and endure multiple years in this condition. This is like 15 years plus of struggling, of really struggling. So after this struggle, and the Most High intended it to be a struggle, now the Most High is lifting off the pressure by getting allotments and finances and disbursements from different countries to sustain us. Let's continue.
Verse 57.
Once again, I'm taking the time I'm taking to really explain how dire a situation was, how bad things really were. Read on.
Verse 57. He sent away also all the vessels from Babylon that Cyrus had set apart, and all that Cyrus had given in commandment. The same charge he also to be done and sent unto Jerusalem.
So what he's saying is, once the temple is completed, we can finally bring these holy items from Babylon and set them up into the temple. But you can't do it until the temple is completed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Verse 58. Now, I got more for you.
What's that at?
Man, just think about the time it takes to just get all that done. Like just the foundation, the building.
Logistically, it's the problem. Because listen, all that timber had to get brought down. Listen, think about this. You didn't have trains,
right?
And you're not gonna have men carry these huge logs from point A to point B. So what they were doing, they were floating them. They were floating them down the Mediterranean. I think to Joppa, or to a certain city that was closer to Israel. And then they would put them on carriages and take them all the way down to Jerusalem. That took months to get done. This process, once again, is starting year 1 of Darius' reign. Construction didn't get started till year 2. The construction didn't get started till year 2. Then it took years after that to complete it. This took years of people's lives. So, construction was a lot harder logistically to get things done back then than now. Let's continue.
Verse 58. Now, when this young man was gone forth, he lifted up his face to heaven toward Jerusalem and praised the King of heaven and said, from thee cometh victory, from thee cometh wisdom, and thine is the glory, and I am thy servant.
You know what I like about this? A lot of times in our pride, we can't see the Most High taking care of us because somebody else came and gave us the blessing. A lot of times we feel like if it doesn't come from me, then I'm getting shortchanged in a certain way. Or I'm less appreciative when it comes from another person. A lot of our people have a lot of pride and don't want to take a handout.
Yep.
Sometimes that's how the Most High blesses you. Most High is like, listen, Zerubbabel was humble enough to appreciate this handout. Sometimes the Most High's got us on the bottom to remind us, hey man, you ain't nothing. You think you're more than what you are. Take this handout and be appreciative.
Yep.
That is a way he keeps us humble. That's how he humbles us. We need to learn how to follow, and we need to learn how to appreciate the different ways the Most High blesses us. Yeah, in your own pride and your ego, you want to sit back here and come up with something on your own, create a solution on your own, figure something out and power it through with your mind, because there's a greater gratification that way. It feeds the ego. Mm-hmm. But the Most High is all about breaking the ego, breaking the pride of mankind. So you're going to get it in a way that makes you feel weak, that makes you feel that you ain't nothing. That's how the Most High reminds you that you're a what? What's the Most High called Jacob? A worm. So he has to remind you that you're a worm. Because if you're not reminded you're a worm, how can he keep working with you?
Right.
How are you going to keep learning? It's impossible. Let's continue.
Verse 60. Blessed art thou, who has given me wisdom, for to thee I give thanks, O Lord of our fathers.
And the Most High did give Zerubbabel the words to win the contest. But Most High had him win a game show to get the blessing. You won a game show, and another person, I liked your game show answers. He won Jeopardy. Zerubbabel won Jeopardy, and that's how the kingdom got rebuilt by winning Jeopardy. All right, Alex. History for 1500. You know what I mean? What's that? It was a day. That's what it was. That 15 turned to 3 racks, and you won. And you sat back, and you won the final answer. Listen, that show was dope when Alex was doing it. It was really good. But point is that that's how the Most High humbles. You won it, but you still had to sit back and win the favor of the person in power to save your nation. It wasn't going to be you. You know, back in the day when you read about like David and all these great men, they sat back here and won the war, and they took it upon themselves. Most High was with them on a hand-to-hand, one-on-one basis, and you saw the Most High work for you through your works. Now you're just sitting back here, walking around like stepping, fetching, boss. Could you give me some fish? Could you please give me some fish, boss? I will serve the Lord, please. Okay, we'll take care of you with the fish. It's a humbling scenario that we have not come out of yet until Christ comes back. That's the point. Look at how they're being humbled now, then, and take it back to your life. The quicker we can understand that, the quicker we can be at peace with the challenges and the humiliation that we face day to day. Let's continue.
Verse 61. And so he took the letters and went out and came unto Babylon and told it all his brethren. And they praised the power of their fathers because he had given them freedom and liberty.
The Most High gave us freedom and liberty by being humble and being in order. Read on.
To go up and to build Jerusalem and the temple which is called by his name. And they feasted with instruments of music and gladness 7 days.
So there was a 7-day party in appreciation for the Most High opening the door to give us a chance to rebuild after such a long time of just sitting on pause. Don't forget, it was 6 years of sitting on pause during the time of Cyrus because of political red tape. 7 in Cambyses' time, that's 13. Then it's the first year of Darius is 14. They don't start construction for 15, so it was 15 years of doing nothing. Then the Most High opens the door. That was why there was a cause for celebration. We're going to let that verse go, and we're going to jump to Josephus, book 11, chapter 3, paragraph 7. Yes.
Book of Josephus. Josephus.
Cry, get
book
yourself together.
11.
Cry, get yourself together. Get yourself together. You don't have to leave this. Get yourself together. Well, let's keep going.
Josephus, book 11, chapter 3, paragraph 7, line 57. So when Zerubbabel had left off his discourse about truth, and the multitude had cried out aloud that he had spoken the most wisely, and that it was truth alone that had immutable strength, and such as never would wax old. The king commanded that he should ask for somewhat over and above what he had promised, for that he would give it him because of his wisdom, and that prudence wherein he exceeded the rest. And thou shalt sit with me, said the king, and shalt be called my cousin. When he had said this, Zerubbabel put him in mind of the vow he had made in the case he should ever have the kingdom. Now this vow was to rebuild Jerusalem, and to build therein the temple of the Most High, as also to restore the vessels which Nebuchadnezzar had pillaged and carried to Babylon. And this, said he, is that request which thou permittest me to make, on account that I have been judged to be wise and understanding. So the king was pleased with what he had said, and arose and kissed him, and wrote to the toparchs and governors, and enjoined them to conduct Zerubbabel and those that were going with him to build the temple. He also sent letters to those rulers that were in Syria and Phoenicia, to cut down and carry cedar trees from Lebanon to Jerusalem.
Like Lebanon was Lebanon. Read on.
And to assist him in building the city. He also wrote to them that all the captives who should go to Judea should be free. And he prohibited his deputies and governors to lay any king's taxes upon the Jews. He also permitted that they should have all the land which they could possess themselves or without tribute.
So the crazy thing is, all the king's taxes in that jurisdiction, all the extra monies went to the Jews, which meant the rest of the jurisdictions were going to be out of luck and short on funds for a period of time. All the monies weren't going to be sent up to Persia to build their war chest. Is that normally what's happening? That's normally what happens. All the tax money gets funneled to the capital city to keep paying for the military. Because without those taxes, you can't keep the military fed. You can't keep these men happy. That's how empires were sustained, by the taxes of these small vassal cities. Continue.
He also enjoined the Idumeans and Samaritans,
The enemies from the south and the north. Read on.
and the inhabitants of Cilicia,
Well, I don't know if yours is that, but mine says Kol Syria, which is all the people around the Samaritans of north and the Egyptians, or even the Idumeans of the south. Read on.
to restore those villages which they had taken from the Jews.
So once, like I mentioned this a few weeks ago. It wasn't just Idumeans that took their land; the Samaritans taking their land. Everybody around them had occupied Israel's territorial lands. So now the law opened up for us to regain our territorial lands. Read on.
And that, besides all this, 50 talents should be given them for the building of the temple. He also permitted them to offer their appointed sacrifices, and that whatsoever the high priests and the priests wanted, and those sacred garments wherein they used to worship the Most High, should be made at his own charges, and that the musical instruments which the Levites used in the singing hymns to the Most High should be given them.
God.
Moreover, he charged them that portions of the land should be given to those that guarded the city and the temple.
So now he's sitting back here and starting to finance a military, or at the very least a militia that can sit back here and guard their areas. He's built. King Darius is building this nation from scratch. He's helping rebuild our military, our infrastructure, our religious foundation. Everything is getting built from scratch. We were that broken and that abased. Read on.
As also a determinate sum of money every year for their maintenance. And withal he sent the vessels. And all that Cyrus intended to do before him.
Cyrus, yes. King Cyrus.
And all that Cyrus intended to do before him relating to the restoration of Jerusalem, Darius also ordained should be done accordingly.
God.
Now when Zerubbabel had obtained these grants from the king, he went out of the palace, and looking up to heaven, he began to return thanks to the Most High for the wisdom he had given him, and the victory he had gained thereby.
But think about what Zerubbabel, this is 15 years of waiting, man. 15 years of suffering. To be specific, 14 at this time. 14 years of getting punched in the mouth. 14 years of being told no. Now you're going to say why he was so joyous and so happy. Because he had to wait and wait and wait and wait and wait till the right time came. Then the Most High gave the opportunity. It's a reminder to us. 15 years is not some short time, even at this standard. By this time, 70 years was how long a person was going to live if they were honorable, if they were good. So think about us. 15 years is a long damn time. But in the Most High's eyes, 15 years is how you get a good lesson.
Dang. That's true.
You know how many people sitting back here saying, I gave my life to it, I gave my life to you. 15, I didn't get it, threw my life away. I didn't threw out 15 years into my life. You know what? In the Most High's eyes, 15 years is the kind of time you need to get a lesson in your life. That's why you learn lessons.
Yeah.
Burning 10, 15 years. We think you get the answer in a year. I learned. That ain't how you learn things. You got to suffer for extended periods of time before you get real answers. It's something to be conscious of. 15 years for a lesson? For the Spirit to reveal to you what patience looks like? That's one of the many lessons he had to learn. But this lesson was about patience. You got to wait 15 years before you see the Lord really come through for you. How many of us are willing to wait that long to get the lesson the Lord has for you?
Continue going right.
Because most people start going left. If I don't see no blessing in 2 years, I'm getting the hell out of here. I'm gonna find something else to tap my spirit into. Am I right or wrong? Okay, I'm gonna give it a good 5. But after 5, listen, time is clicking. I got life to live, man. I got things to do. For sisters, are y'all willing to go through 10 years of a marriage before you see the good of it? You want to give up a dime of your life? 15 years of your life? Then you'll get the understanding of what you were going through? Brothers too. I'm trying to show you how the Most High looks at time. How we look at time in waiting is completely different than how he does. And I'm going to be honest with you. That 15 years is similar to what we've gone through in San Antonio in different lessons we had to learn. We didn't have to. We had to go through things for extended periods of time. Also, I remember when David had to sit back and be up on his Saul on the run. That was at least over 10 years. 10 years on the run. Can you even visualize that? Listen. It's the same. It's under the same pretense too. David, you're going to be the king, but you're going to be on the run for 15 years, baby. Then you'll get the king. Don't forget. There was a period of time that he was on a run before he was the king of Hebron, the south. Then he had to wait longer until he was the king of all Israel. He didn't get to the king of all Israel until he was 30. Wasn't he a teenager when he was king? When he was bequeathed to be king? There you go. Then he was 40 years as king. But he was on a run for over 10. Probably 12, 13. On the run. I'm going to say this. On the run or not having complete power over his circumstances. Just like Zerubbabel. You know, wait 15 years. Listen, when he came in, he was bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, full of fire, full of zeal. Then 15 years later, you really realize what you got, what you're made of. After 15 years of waiting. This is what we have to do now. The things written aforetime are written for our what?
Learning.
Our learning. We want answers in year 3, year 5, year 6. You ain't getting it. You're going to get it when the Lord sees fit for you to get it. And while you're waiting, can you be at peace with your wait? Okay, let's continue.
Start again, line 64.
Have you gone far into paragraph 9?
No, just start.
Let's start from the top again.
Paragraph 9, line 64. Now when Zerubbabel had obtained these grants from the king, he went out of the palace, and looking up to heaven, he began to return thanks to the Most High for the wisdom he had given him, and the victory he had gained thereby, even in the presence of Darius himself. For, said he, I had not been thought worthy of these advantages, O Lord, unless thou hast been favorable to me.
And he understood it wasn't about his wisdom. It wasn't about him at all. I wasn't favorable unless you sat back here and made it happen. So when we sit back here and we get opportunities for help, don't be upset how the Most High blesses you. Just be appreciative the Most High put you in the right position to get what you needed for your family, for your school, for your camp. Read on.
When, therefore, he had returned these thanks to the Most High for the present circumstance he was in, and had prayed to him to afford him the like favor for the time to come, he came to Babylon, and brought the good news to his countrymen of what grants he had procured for them from the king, who when they heard the same gave thanks also to the Most High that he restored the land of their forefathers to them again.
Don't forget, they were in the Shushan Palace, which is in Persia. So as he's making his way west, first of all, Shushan was way far east. I'm not sure if this image has it. Yeah, if you look online, you will see that Shusha is closer to Media. Then he made his way to Babylon to give the good news. Then he makes his way even further down to Jerusalem. It's like a straight shot from Susa to Babylon to Jerusalem. So as he's going west, he stops and talks to the Babylonians, the Israel in Babylon, saying the good news, and he's making his way west. Read on.
So they betook themselves to drinking and eating, and for 7 days they continued feasting.
So they were feasting in Babylon for 7 days based on the good news. Read on.
And kept a festival for the rebuilding and restoration of their country.
Mm-hmm.
After this, they chose themselves rulers who should go up to Jerusalem out of the tribes of their forefathers.
We're going to read that in chapter 5 of 1st Ezra. But now they got to sit back here. Now they got the money. Now they can afford a structured government. Right? We read about it in 1st Ezra 4 that they had the money to sit back here and set up governments and militaries now. Now with this extra money, we can bring men who know how to structure a society, bring them back to the city, and structure the government and the city the way it needs to be structured, because we got the money for, we got the financing. Read on.
Line 67.
See, this is, I'm going to tell you, this is how, even in this society, the people with the money can restructure governments and restructure the narrative. I don't want to get too deep into it, but even like American businesses can't get government grants and stipends unless they push whatever woke type of belief system is being established in society. Like, listen, for those of y'all who enjoy Bud Light, that there was an ad campaign that was pushed to establish a certain agenda. What people don't realize is Bud Light can't stop that agenda because they'll stop getting funded. They'll stop getting funded to push their business the direction they want to push it. Even though they're losing millions of dollars and people are ditching this damn beer, they'll be losing more if they don't back the woke agenda. This is how corporations end up serving the agenda, and it's less about the consumer and more about the agenda that gets pushed. Yes, sir.
It's the same with Disney.
Mm-hmm.
They have to have, it's a corporate credit score. So in order for them to get access to loans from banks,
Mhm.
they have to push this agenda.
Yes.
And if they don't, then their commercial business credit score goes down. Their corporate credit score goes down.
Yep.
So they don't have that kind of access to bank loans.
That's all businesses.
Yeah.
We don't even know there is a commercial credit score that they have.
Yeah.
And if they don't sit back and adhere to these woke directions and path, they don't get financed, they can't keep their business going. They can't keep growing. This is why the media has been going the way they're going with this woke agenda. If they don't pay the piper, they don't do it, they don't get paid. This is how the people at the top in the power structures with the finance, with the money, they control the world. That is a form of it. You control the media, you control how the businesses think, you control the whole gamut of how society runs. That's the catch. Come on. So but see now what's happening here, what's happening with King Darius, his money, his grants are sustaining the government, are creating the government. And once they get on their feet, they can sit back here and now start thinking of ways to export items, export goods, and operate like a functioning government. Okay? Let's continue.
Line 67.
Quran, it's that time, sir.
After this, they chose themselves rulers who should go up to Jerusalem out of the tribes of their forefathers with their wives and children and cattle, who traveled to Jerusalem with joy and pleasure, under the conduct of those whom Darius sent along with them, and making a noise with songs and pipes and cymbals. The rest of the Jewish multitude also besides accompanied them with rejoicing.
This also lets you know the scripture says that the Jews require a sign. The majority of our people left when they knew everything was right. When they knew the paperwork was right, they knew the grants were secure. That's when a lot of our people went back to Jerusalem. But a lot of them didn't operate in faith when Cyrus opened it up the first time. It just lets you know that a lot of our people's faith isn't like other people's faith. We're going to continue. We're going to let this verse go, or this chapter go. And we're going to go back now in the scriptures. Adam, let's get this real quick. We're going to go back into 1 Ezra chapter 5. But let's salute you in.
Adam Shaw Shabbatah, Banya Hawada, Banya Sharala.
Adam, Shaw Shabbatah, Banya Hawada, Banya Shrala. I Majim. Barak, Yahweh Ba'ashem Yasha Brakatah.
Yahaba Shem Yashab Rakata.
Alright. Ooh. Alright, let's do this. Let's do 1 Ezra chapter 5, verse 1 through 73. It's a long one.
1 Ezra chapter 5 and 1. After this were the principal men of the families chosen according to their tribes, to go up with their wives and sons and daughters, with their men servants and maid servants and their cattle.
Don't forget, so this is letting us know that after Zerubbabel left Susa, or the Shushan palace, he goes to Babylon. He lets the other people that were staying in Babylon know it's time. Hey, the grants are here, the money's here, let's go back and make this happen. So additional Jews make their trek to Jerusalem. And now they're sitting back here and trying to hire or talk to all the government officials, the people that kind of make a society shake. Let's sit back here and bring, air quote, like senators, representatives, people that know how government operates. Let's get these guys over here. The first batch of people were priests, and a lot of priests, a lot of people that had ties to the connections of the high priest work or the Levite work. A lot of those men came first. Now we have your governmental people that are coming down from Babylon. Let's continue.
2. And Darius sent with them 1,000 horsemen, so they had brought them back to Jerusalem safely, and with musical instruments, tabrets, and flutes.
Israel was jamming out on their walk. back to damn Jerusalem. Like Radio Raheem's out there. Listen, that's Jacob. How was that not Israelite? We're playing music and sitting back here on the trip back down.
Having a great time.
Having a great time. There was no rush. Listen, we're going to play music. We're going to stop. We're going to drink a little bit, sip a little bit. Listen, we got cars. We got rental cars. That's what it was. He said, Darius provided carriages, horses. We on horses on the gnats, playing music, playing flute. They jamming out. They having their fun out. Let's continue out.
And all their brethren played, and he made them go up together with them.
Yep.
And these are the names of the men which went up, according to their families among their tribes, after their several heads. The priests, the son of Phinehas, the son of Aaron, Jesus, the son of Josedek, the son of Sarias, and Joachim.
Jesus was Jeshua. Okay, read on.
And Joachim, the son of Zerubbabel, the son of Salathil, of the house of David, out of the kindred of Phares, of the tribe of Judah, who spake wise sentences before Darius the king of Persia in the 2nd year of his reign, in the month Nisan, which is the 1st month. And these are they of Jewry that came up from the captivity, where they dwelt as strangers, whom Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon had carried away unto Babylon. And they returned unto Jerusalem, and to the other parts of Jewry, every man to his own city, who came with Zerubbabel, with Jesus, Nehemias, and Zacharias, and Messias, Ennias, Mardocius, Belsarias.
Mardocius is Mordecai. Not the same Mordecai, because you'll sit back and read about Mordecai and Mordocius later on in Ezra and Esther, but it's a Mordecai. Read on.
Belsarius, Aspharsas, Relius, Roimus, and Banah, their guides. The number of them of the nation, and their governors, sons of Pharos, 2,172. The sons of Saphat, 472. The sons of Aries, 756. The sons of Phathat, Moab, 2,812. The sons of Elam, 1,254. The sons of Zethul, 945. The sons of Corbet, 705. The sons of Bani, 648. The sons of Badai, 623. The sons of Sadis, 3,222. The sons of Adunkam, 667. The sons of Bagai, 2,066. The sons of Aden, 454. The sons of Atarizas, 92. And the sons of Silan and Azatus, 67. The sons of Azaron, 432. The sons of Ananias, 101. The sons of Aram, 32. And the sons of Basa, 323. The sons of Asaphriah, 102. The sons of Metrius, 3,005. The sons of Bethlehem, 123. They have Netophath, 50 They have Anathoth, 158. They of Beth Samas, 42. They of Kiratherius, 20. They of Kaphira and Burra, 743. They of Pyra, 700. They of Chathdias and Amadai, 422. They of Kirimah and Gabdes, 621. They of Machpelam, 122. They of Tabalias, 52. The sons of Memphis, 156. The sons of Calameles and Omnis, 725. The sons of Jacaris, 245. The sons of Aeneas, 3,350. The priests, the sons of Jedu, the son of Jesus, among the sons of Senesidim, 972. The sons of Mirath, 1,052. The sons of Pharason, 1,047. The sons of Carmi, 1,017. The Levites, the son of Jesu, and Kadmiel, and Banias, and Saudas, 70 and 4. The holy singers, the sons of Asaph, 128. The porters, the sons of Salem, the sons of Jetal, the sons of Talmon, the sons of Dakobai, the sons of Tita, the sons of Samai, in all 139. The servants of the temple, the sons of Esau, the sons of Asaphah, the sons of Teboah, the sons of Cirus, the sons of Sud, the sons of Phaleus, the sons of Labana, the sons of Graba, the sons of Akar, the sons of Uta, the sons of Kitab, the sons of Agabah, the sons of Sudai, the sons of Enan, the sons of Kutha, the sons of Gubor, the sons of Arias, the sons of Desan, the sons of Noeba, the sons of Chesabab, the sons of Gezerah, the sons of Azai, the sons of Phinehas, the sons of Azari, the sons of Bastai, the sons of Asana, the sons of Manai, the sons of Nephasi, the sons of Akub, the sons of Akapha, the sons of Asor, the sons of Farakim, the sons of Basalah, the sons of Medea, the sons of Kutha, the sons of Korea, the sons of Charkos, the sons of Asarer, the sons of Thomai, the sons of Nesith, the sons of Etzphah, the sons of the servants of Solomon, the sons of Esaphon, the sons of Phariah, the sons of Jelai, the sons of Lazon, the sons of Israel, the sons of Sapheth, the sons of Haggai, the sons of Pharakareth, the sons of Sabai, the sons of Seraphim, the sons of Messias, the sons of Gar, the sons of Adas, the sons of Suba, the sons of Apharah, the sons of Barodis, the sons of Sabat, the sons of Elam, all the ministers of the temple, and the sons of the servants of Solomon were 372. These came up from Therameleth and Thelaresis, Cariathol leading them in Alar. Neither could they shew their families nor their stock, how they were of Israel, the sons of Laban, the son of Ban, the sons of Nakadam, 652. And the priests that usurped the office of the priesthood.
Listen, verse 37 says, neither could they show their families, not their stock, how they were of Israel. The sons of Ladan, the sons of Ban, the sons of Nekodan, 652. If I'm not mistaken, this is the same census that was established early on when they made their trek the first time from King Cyrus, when he made the transition. Now, what is unclear and what really can't be proven, at least with my knowledge off the top of my head, is these people made that trek the first time on the time of King Cyrus. It's not talked about if they went back to Babylon to stay once they were told that it wasn't going to work out yet. But all I can read is that these are the people that reestablished the temple. When we read these names earlier, we read in Ezra chapter, I would say chapter 4. Chapter 4 goes into that. No, not chapter 4. I would say chapter 2. Chapter 2 goes into all these names of the Israelites that made that transition over from Babylon to Jerusalem. But now we're reading it now in 1 Ezra chapter 5, many years later. There's a little confusion as to if 50,000 individuals made that trip in 538 BC, why are we reading about it now in 522? No, in 522 BC, 523 BC. That's kind of I don't understand why it's being rewritten unless it's just a refresher about who was already established in Jerusalem at the time. But the idea that they made a separate trip, 50,000 people from Babylon again, I don't see how that happened. But let's continue. Anyway.
Verse 39.
I just think this is the registry that we read about in Ezra chapter 2 being rewritten for the sake of records as we reestablish now the actual building of the temple. Read on.
Verse 38, Slack. And the priests that usurped the office of the priesthood and were not bound, the sons of Abda, the sons of Akuz, the sons of Adas, who married Agua, one of the daughters of Barzillus, and was named after his name. And when the description of the kindred of these men was sought in the register and was not found, they were removed from executing the office of the priesthood.
And that's literally in Ezra chapter 2, verse 61 and 62. So it's just a matter of keeping record of what we're talking about. So we understand it's literally the same people, but they're spoken. Their names are kind of in a Greek language versus it being in the original Hebrew that was in the scriptures. So just make a notation that that's literally what we're reading right here in 38 and 39 is really Ezra chapter 2, verse 61 and 62. So it's those same people that are just being re-talked about that have already made that trip 15 some odd years ago. Let's continue.
Verse 40. For unto them said Nehemiah and Atheras that they should not be partakers of the holy things, till there arose up an high priest clothed with doctrine and truth. So of Israel, from them of 12 years old and upward, they were all in number 40,000, beside men servants and women servants, 2,360.
Mm-hmm.
Their men servants and handmaids were 7,347. The singing men and singing women, 245. 435 camels, 7,036 horses, 245 mules, 5,525 beasts used to the yoke. And certain of the chief of their families, that when they came to the temple of the Most High that is in Jerusalem, vowed to set up the house again in his own place according to their ability, and to give into the holy treasury of the works 1,000 pounds of gold, 5,000 of silver, and 100 priestly vestments. And so dwelt the priests and the Levites and the people in Jerusalem and in the country, the singers also and the porters, and all Israel in their villages. But when the 7th month was at hand, and when the children of Israel were every man in his own place, they came all together with one consent into the open place of the first gate, which is toward the east. Then stood up Jesus, the son of Josech, and his brethren, the priests, and Zerubbabel, the son of Salathil, and his brethren, and made ready the altar of Yahweh of Israel, to offer burnt sacrifices upon it, according as it is expressly commanded in the book of Moses, the man of Yahweh. And they were gathered together unto them out of the other nations of the land, and they erected the altar upon his own place, because all the nations of the land were at enmity with them, and oppressed them, and they offered sacrifices according to the time, and burnt offerings to the Most High, both morning and evening. Also, they held the Feast of the Tabernacles, as it is commanded in the Torah, and offered sacrifices daily, as was meet. And after that, the continual oblations, and the sacrifice of the Shabbats, and of the new moons, and of all holy feasts. And all they that had made any vow to the Most High began to offer sacrifices to Yahweh from the first day of the 7th month, although the temple of the Most High was not yet built.
Yep.
And they came unto the masons and carpenters money, meat, and drink, with cheerfulness. Unto them of Zidon also in Tyre they gave cars, that they should bring cedar trees from the vines.
Like I remember I said earlier that they brought they had brought the cedar trees by boat to a certain portion. Then they put these carts. They're carts that oxen travel with to carry. So they're traveling with all this wood, and oxen are carrying it from one place to Jerusalem. Okay. Now listen, as you're reading Ezra chapter 5, it is very similar to reading Ezra chapter 2 and 3. And when you find sometimes slight discrepancies like this, you stick with the scriptures. Okay? This sounds like a recap of what was done when Cyrus allowed the people to come to the city. Don't forget, when we read Ezra, what happened first? Cyrus opened the door to get us to move over here. We sat back here, and the only thing we were able to build was an altar and the foundation. And we started the Feast of Tabernacles the second year that we got to Israel, to Jerusalem. And we had the altar rocking and rolling back then during the time of Cyrus. But the additional work didn't get completed. So if I'm reading this, what I'm really understanding is he's kind of recapping where we were already standing before what Darius was able to do after that. We already had the altar going. And don't forget this also. Back in the day, Ezra was Ezra 1. Nehemiah was the second book of Ezra. First Ezra in the Apocrypha was third Ezra, and second Ezra in the Apocrypha was fourth Ezra. That's what it was back in the day before it was changed up by your writers. So all I'm trying to explain, I'm not trying to make this deep, but as we're reading Ezra chapter 5, keep in mind we already had the altar established in chapter 3 of Ezra. Okay? So you have to look at first Ezra 5 in the Apocrypha as a recap of what was already established. We already had 50,000 people came over from the time of Cyrus. And as you're reading, you'll see the same names that made that first trip in Ezra are the same names that have made that trip the second time in this first Ezra. It said Jesus, it says Zerubbabel, they had already made that trip. Am I right or wrong? We went over it a few weeks ago. Why am I even explaining this so there's no confusion? Is there any confusion so far?
The only thing is, so everyone listed on the names was Israelites, also Esau.
Well, there were certain servants of the temple. We always had servants in the temple. Now, with that being said, the nations couldn't occupy where the sacrifices were, but they were able to operate and serve in different capacities. Now, when King Herod got into power, he made an extended court that surrounded the actual temple where the actual nations could operate. But even when you sit back and read in Revelations 11, Mosiah says there was a court that was outside of the temple that was for the Gentiles. There was a court outside where servants of Israel could actually operate. We've always had servants operate in some capacity to assist in the building of the temple. Okay? So that's what it is. Solomon had servants. They had servants that just did whatever capacity. Think about this. You had porters, which were servants. They were fetching water. So they must have had other servants doing other menial tasks to support the operation of the temple. But the nations couldn't operate inside the grounds of where the sacrifices were. No, none of the nations were allowed to do that. Even Herod, when he was in power as the head of the Jews, so to speak, he couldn't even go into that holy of holies place where the priests were. So anyway, that's what's going on. And I just want to make sure we understand that this first Ezra, we already made that trip. But I guess how it was written is coming off like they made that trip when Darius authorized the grants. They already made the trip. So let's continue in 1 Ezra 5.
5 and 55.
Okay.
Unto them of Sidon, also in Tyre, they gave cause, that they should bring cedar trees from Libanus, which should be brought by floats to the haven of Joppa.
Remember I said Joppa? The boats will go with the trees would go to Joppa, and then they'd put the trees on these carts or these buggies, and the oxen would take it all the way down to Jerusalem. That's how they transported trees, these heavy timbers back in the day. Read on.
Which should be brought by floats to the haven of Joppa, according as it was commanded them by Cyrus, king of the Persians. And in the second year and second month, after his coming to the temple of the Most High at Jerusalem, began Zerubbabel, the son of Salathiel, and Jesus, the son of Justek, and their brethren, and the priests, and the Levites, and all they that were come unto Jerusalem out of the captivity. And they laid the foundation of the house of the Most High in the first day of the second month, in the second year after they were come to Jewry and Jerusalem. And
Now he's still telling you that happened during the time of Cyrus. The foundation was laid the second year that Cyrus authorized the construction. You had the altar was built first, the first year, 7th month. And the second year was when the foundation was set. Remember we read in Ezra how the elder men cried when they saw the foundation of the new temple because it was smaller. The foundation was made, and that's when the Samaritans came down and asked to help. We told them no. Then they shut down the construction by bribing the government officials by not letting us continue. So this sounds like a recap. Let's continue.
And they appointed the Levites from 20 years old over the works of the Most High. Then stood up Jesus and his sons and brethren, and Cadmiel, his brother, and the sons of Madayaba.
Where are we at verse-wise?
58.
Mm-hmm.
Then stood up Jesus and his sons and brethren, and Cadmiel, his brother, and the sons of Madadam, with the sons of Joda, the son of Eliadan, with their sons and brethren, all Levites, with one accord, setters forward of the business, laboring to advance the works in the house of the Most High. So the workmen built the temple of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
And the priests stood arrayed in their vestments with musical instruments and trumpets. And the Levites, the son of Asaph, had cymbals, singing songs of thanksgiving and praising the Most High, according as David, the king of Israel, had ordained.
And we have been doing that. Read on.
And they sung with loud voices songs to the praise of the Most High, because his mercy and glory is forever in all Israel. And all the people sounded trumpets and shouted with a loud voice, singing songs of thanksgiving unto Yahweh for the rearing up of the house of the Most High. Also of the priests and Levites, and of the chief of their families, the ancients, who had seen the former house, came to the building of this with weeping and great crying.
Exactly. And they couldn't determine when this was happening, year 2 of King Cyrus's reign over all the empire, the people couldn't determine if it was crying or tears of joy, because it was a combination of both. There was happiness and joy that the foundation was set, and there was also sadness from the ancients that was there from the beginning to see how much we've diminished.
Okay.
But that was talked about also in Ezra chapter 3. Okay, let's continue.
64.
Yes.
But many with trumpets in joy shouted with loud voice, insomuch that the trumpets might not be heard for the weeping of the people. Yet the multitude sounded marvelously, so that it was heard afar off. Wherefore, when the enemies of the tribe of Judah and Benjamin heard it, they came to know what the noise of trumpets should mean. And they perceived that they that were of the captivity did build the temple unto the Most High of Israel. So they went to Zerubbabel and Jesus, and to the chief of the families. And
So Zerubbabel and Jeshua. Okay, this Jesus is the person that's talked about later on in 2nd Ezra 7, but we'll talk about that later. Read on.
So they went to Zerubbabel and Jesus, and to the chief of the families, and said unto them, We will build together with you. For we likewise, as ye, do obey your power, and do sacrifice unto him from the days of Zabazareth, the king of the Assyrians, who brought us hither. Then Zerubbabel and Jesus and the chief of the families of Israel said unto them, It is not for us and you to build together an house unto the Most High our power. We ourselves alone will build unto the Most High of Israel, according as Cyrus the king of the Persians hath commanded us. But the heathen of the land, lying heavy upon the inhabitants of Judea, and holding them straight, hindered their building. And by their secret plots and popular persuasions and commotions, they hindered the finishing of the building all the time that King Cyrus lived. So they were hindered from building for the space of 2 years until the reign of Darius.
So once again, chapter 5 of 1st Ezra is kind of giving you a backtrack of what was happening leading to King Darius giving us the authorization and the starting of the building of the temple. So it seems like it's kind of out of place because they're going backwards before they move forward. Now, Ezra chapter 2 and 3 and 4 gives you what was happening. But now that we went into First Ezra, it kind of changes up the flow and changes up the how chronologically the story is told. Just keep that in mind as we move forward. Next verse, let's go real quick into Josephus, book 11, chapter 3, paragraph 10. And this is Fahawam.
Josephus, book 11, chapter 3, paragraph 10, line 68.
Let me type this in real quick. All right, let's do it.
And thus did these men go, a certain and determined number out of every family. Though I do not think it proper to recite particularly the name of those families, that I may not take off the minds of my readers from the connection of the historical facts and make it hard for them to follow the coherence of my narration.
It's almost like Josephus is kind of lining it up and realizing that even First Ezra 5 kind of threw you off. And I don't want to go into all the narration of all these names that came over because it takes you off from the rhythm of the story. Because that's what First Ezra kind of did. First Ezra 5 kind of took you off of what the hell we're trying to do when Darius set up the grants in the first place. It kind of takes you backwards when there wasn't any need to go backwards. We already went backwards 2 weeks ago. So Josephus is like, I'd rather not go through all these names because as you're seeing, Josephus is trying to chronologically take you through the scriptures like we're trying to do right now. But even with him, he kind of throws some monkey wrenches in it too. But that's neither here or there. Let's continue in chapter 10.
But the sum of those that went up above the age of 12 years of the tribe of Judah and Benjamin was 462 myriads, and 8,000. The Levites were 74. The number of the, select.
Now listen, hold this. No, read to 8,000. It said that the age of
It says, but
from 12 years up of the tribe of Judah and Benjamin were 462 myriads and 8,000. I think myriads means million. But those numbers are really weird. Because at the bottom it says this strange reading in Josephus of 4 million instead of 42,000 is a gross error and ought to be corrected. So it was 42,000, just like Josephus said. I mean, just like Ezra said, and just like Ezra said. I know this is kind of ticky-tack, but we got to go through it. So it was around approximately, when everything was said and done, around 50,000 that made the transition over, like we read earlier in the book of Ezra. It was 50,000 total, 42,000 Judah and Benjamin, and the rest were Levites and servants. That makes sense? All right, let's continue.
The Levites were 74. The number of the women and children mixed together was 40,742. And besides these, there were singers of the Levites, 128.
What is letting you know is 50,000 men, women and children were more. Okay? I mentioned that also a couple weeks ago. 50,000 men. So now this is kind of giving you like 42,000 plus women and children. So around 100,000 folks made the trip over. Read on.
And porters, 110. And of the sacred ministers, 392. There were also other besides these, who said they were Israelites, but were not able to show their genealogies.
You see, it's on repeating itself. Read on.
662. Some there were also who were expelled out of the number in honor of the priests, as having married wives, those genealogies they could not produce, nor were they found in the genealogies of the Levites and priests. They were about 525.
Read that part again. Read like 2 lines up on that part.
Line 71. Some there were also who were expelled out of the number in honor of the priests, as having married wives whose genealogies they could not produce.
So that's when you sit back and we read in Esdras and when we read in Ezra, for instance, they said, can you read this in Ezra chapter 2 in verse 61, 62, and 63. Let's do that. 61, 62, and 63. There's a point I want to drive with that. Ezra in the Bible.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because all these are linking in. Ezra 2, 1 Ezra 5, and this part in Josephus, they're all giving me these genealogies, and it's giving me the same story about there were certain priests that couldn't tie in the genealogies. Now, Josephus gives you specifically what part of the genealogies they couldn't trace down. Okay? Read that, sir.
In the children of the priests, the children of Hadiah, the children of Koz, the children of Barzillai, which took a wife of the daughters of Barzillai, the Gileadite, and was called after their name. These sought their register among those that were reckoned by genealogy, but they were not found.
So what it's saying is they couldn't find the genealogy. They couldn't prove the wife's genealogy. And because they couldn't find the wife's genealogy, then the children couldn't be justifiably put in positions to be Levite priests. Because the Levites were very specific on who the Levite men married. Yes, sir.
So that answered that question. So it didn't matter that
when we get eventually into Ezra, it's going to kind of tell you the discrepancy about the men marrying foreign wives. We'll read about that later on in Ezra.
Right.
How there was a big issue about men were marrying foreign wives, but it was really the priests were dealing with the foreign wives.
Right.
And the priests there were restrictions on who the priest could marry. And the priests had to marry Levi to Levi,
right,
or amongst their nation to justifiably stay in that position.
Okay.
So this is why this individual who couldn't really prove who the tribes of the wives they chose, they couldn't operate in priestly duties. Okay? So that was why I want to stop that. Continue in verse 62.
And 62. These sought their register among those that were reckoned by genealogy, but they were not found. Therefore were they, as polluted, put from the priesthood.
And there you go. These men that were dealing with foreign wives and couldn't prove the father and the wife's genealogy couldn't be in the position of the priesthood. Okay, read on.
And the Tershatha said unto them that they should not eat of the most holy things, till there stood up a priest with Urim and with the Thummim.
So they were like, until the Urim and the Thummim would clarify if their genealogy was pure, then they couldn't even eat of the priestly goods and items. So somewhere between the captivity in Babylon until Babylon, they couldn't kind of find out what was what with the genealogies. So that kind of explains what we're reading in the Josephus. Now let's go back to the Josephus style while I'm going to continue on this point.
Book 11, chapter 3, paragraph 10, verse 71. Some there were also who were expelled out of the number in honor of the priests, as having married wives whose genealogies they could not produce, nor were they found in the genealogies of the Levites and priests. There were about 525. The multitude also of servants who followed those that went up to Jerusalem, 7,337. The singing men and singing women were 245. The camels were 435. The beasts used to the yoke were 5,525. And the governors of all this multitude thus numbered were Zerubbabel, the son of Zelathiel, of the posterity of David, and of the tribe of Judah, and Jeshua, the son of Josedek, the high priest. And besides these, there were Mordecai and Zerubbabel, who were distinguished from the multitude, and were rulers, who also contributed 100 pounds of gold and 5,000 of silver. By this means, therefore, the priests and the Levites, and a certain part of the entire people of the Jews that were in Babylon, came and dwelt in Jerusalem. But the rest of the multitude returned every one to their own countries.
But these guys made that trip initially during the time of Cyrus. We're going to rush me in a few seconds. Stretch out a little bit. Water for being patient, y'all. All right. So what we're going to go into now, we're trying to properly notate the time and the sequencing of events. We just read 1 Ezra chapter 4, chapter 3, 4, and 5. This happened. I want to make sure we're clear with this so there's no confusion. Matter of fact, we explained it. We explained it. No, we didn't. Do me this favor, Tawam.
Yes, sir.
Read book 11, chapter 3, paragraph 2, the first line, because it gives us clarity on the chronological time of everything that's happening. It's very important. We're going through all these chapters that we're sequentially doing things properly. So, give me that. It is Josephus, book 3, chapter 11. Book 3, chapter 3.
Book 11?
Yes, it's book 11. Book 11, chapter 3, paragraph 2. Let's read that.
Book 11, chapter 3, paragraph 2, line 33.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the first year of the king's reign, Darius feasted those that were about him, and those born in his house, and with the rulers of the Medes and the princes of the Persians.
Stop. So once again, 1 Ezra chapter 3, 4, and 5 happened around the first year of King Darius's reign. Now we explained the contest of wisdom and the fact that Darius granted them their opportunity, gave them the grants to rebuild their empire. Now we're going to let all that go for a quick second. Now we're going to jump to Haggai. We're going to jump to Haggai, and we're going to go to Haggai, chapter 1, paragraph 1, and we're going to read through chapter 2, verse 1 through 9. And it's important that we go through this because we have to chronologically set this up right if it's going to make sense and if we're going to be able to teach this down the line and do it the right way. Let me get to Haggai so I can sit back here and we can do this the right way. Because Haggai and Zechariah were two leaders that were prophesying and teaching during this time. Okay? So, let's do Haggai chapter 1 and verse 1.
Haggai 1:1. In the second year of Darius the king, in the 6th month, in the first day of the month.
So now we've gone from the first year of King Darius, and the grants were allotted. Paperwork was being sent out to all the different leaders and jurisdictional heads and governors and so forth and so on about the okay to start the construction in the Levant, in Syria, Edom, Samaria. All those governors now have the word and the thumbs up to start construction, right? So read verse 1 again.
One from the top. In the second year of Darius the king, in the 6th month, in the first day of the month, came the word of the Most High by Haggai the prophet unto Zerubbabel the son of Shealtiel, governor of Judah, and to Joshua the son of Jozadak, the high priest, saying...
Now the scripture says Joshua, but we also know Joshua is Jesus. There's another way to say Jesus. So, I went over Haggai like 3 weeks ago. I went over Haggai and Zephaniah 3 weeks ago, but I had messed up. I had messed up because the times weren't sequenced right. I had put Haggai and Zechariah before 1 Ezra chapter 3, 4, and 5. But my timing was wrong. Okay? Now the timing is right. It was the first year of Darius' reign when he had his festival in his gathering. Now we're in the second year, the 6th month. And now the Spirit is on Haggai to prophesy to the Israelites, the 50,000 plus men and 100,000 plus people that are living in Jerusalem and Israel at this time. Now the prophecies is coming to Haggai now to wake them up. Read on.
Thus speaketh the Most High of hosts, saying, This people say, the time is not come, the time that the Most High's house should be built.
So now what's being said is, the people have gotten the clearance, they've gotten the grants, but the construction still hasn't started. This is in the second year, 6th month, first day of the year. Israel has gotten apathetic. They've been lazy. And that 15 years of inactivity has started to take a toll on them. Everything, the door is open to get the work done, and they still haven't shaken out of their funk to get started. Read on.
Then came the word of the Most High by Haggai the prophet, saying, Is it time for you, O ye, to dwell in your sealed houses? In this house lie waste?
Now the Most High is letting us know about the sealed houses concept. Listen, the Most High opened the door. King Darius gave us the money. Why isn't the work getting accomplished? Why are you sitting back here and now dragging your feet on construction when you should have been doing this as soon as the grant came in? That was your sign to get going. But whatever was happening, we were dragging our feet, and a year and a half had passed and nothing had got accomplished. Read on, or at least a year had gone on and nothing got accomplished. Yes, I.
So is that why he makes a description of the type of houses they have?
Yeah.
Because they're like building their house more than they are even building the temple.
Exactly. But we didn't take urgency of getting the Most High's house set up. Whatever grants we got established, we took that money and started building our zone up. Or started, I'm not going to say, the scripture doesn't say there was misappropriation. Whatever the hell was happening, they tried to get their condition settled before they got the Most High's work done. Obviously, we had mentioned before, this was 15 years. They didn't have a government. They didn't have any money coming in. They didn't have anything going on. So if you look at it, whatever monies was being allocated, it was giving the people in that city an opportunity to restructure their cities, restructure their homes. But the Most High is like, listen, with all this grant money coming in, why are you sitting back here and taking this grant money to get your cribs right versus making your focus to get the Most High's house right? And this is where the Most High was being pissed off at. You're sitting back here, you're so thirsty for your money, and to get set up, you take your money and get yourself built up. It's like income tax. You sit back here, you wait all year to get like 5 racks. And you're sitting back here, you're meditating on these racks. Like, what am I going to get with this money? How am I going to blow this money? But the first thing in your head ain't take care of the Lord. That is not the first thing. That ain't the second or third either. Maybe 4. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's like thinking tithes. I gotta pay my tithes.
Mhm.
Most High is first, but you're so focused on bills. I gotta cover this. I gotta fix this. You're spending money on stuff you gotta cover. You ain't even dropped tithes.
And that's the point. Because if you look at it, you can understand why when they first get these grants are direly needed just to get the city halfway decent. We explain in 1 Ezra chapter 4 how broke Israel was. They didn't have an army. They didn't have a military. They didn't have a functioning society. They had no structure, no finances, no way to get themselves sustained on any level. The only thing on the priesthood level they was able to do was kill sacrifices. But all the details of the temple, they're like, listen, man, I'm so broke, I'm so behind. We're gonna take this little grant money they're giving, and I'm gonna put a roof on my house. I'm gonna fix this roof. I'm gonna sit back here, and I need a tractor. You know what I mean? I need some oxen to plow this land. That's how broke we were. What we didn't, you know what it was showing you? We were such in a survival mode that giving the Most High here still was a priority. It's trying to teach us, even though you're in survival mode, the Most High knows you're in survival mode. He knows you're living check to check. Who the hell you think put you in that situation in the first place? He put you in a check to check situation to still force you to choose him first.
Right. Trust.
You gotta trust that if you put him first, he gonna still take care of you. And that's the dilemma that we always do. We do with fear. If I don't cover this, it ain't gonna get covered. I'm waiting this year. I'm waiting until February. When February comes to, I'm gonna get right. I'm gonna at least get back slightly above water. You gonna still, when the tide comes in, water's gonna hit you in the face. But for the most part, you're like this. I can function here. I'm treading water. And then now I get a chance to get it from the water being here to where I gotta live like this until I can get it to here. And like, this is my chance. He's like, take your money and refocus it to what matters, and I will take care of the rest. But this is how dire our people were at the time. The grants started coming in, and we weren't putting the money in the right places. We were 15 years in the red, though. Think about that. We were 15 damn years in the red. And people were sitting there like, damn, did this move to Jerusalem, was it even worth it? Well, we was making more money in the world. Think about that. They were making more money in Babylon. They had jobs, they had careers. They were living comfortable. Now I'm doing this Jew thing over back in Jerusalem, and there ain't no money. The money's low. The damn farm the farm ain't really popping like I thought it was. I had to fight with Edomites to get my land back. Was this move even worth it? Now the Most High gives you a little headway, a little bit of money to kind of get you set up. And the Lord's like, why are you putting your focus here when the temple was supposed to be the focus? The key to all of our revolving strength. He's letting us know putting your spirit to the temple, to the school, was the key to our strength and the key to our protection. But we're so short-sighted we can't see past what we can't see, feel, and touch. Scary, man. But that's exactly what the thing says. The things you're written for us, I'm written for our knowledge. if you go into, because you'll sit back and I've read Haggai for years. Yeah, why Israel are you in your sealed houses? That's how they are. Israel is being selfish. But when you had a 15-year drought of being broke, can it make a little sense that you take your scraps, your little shekels, and you do something with it to kind of get somewhat stable? He's like, forget your stability and make sure the temple gets built first. It makes so much sense when you understand all the circumstances behind it. So let's continue.
I got 1 and 5.
Well, give me 4 again.
4. Is it time for you, O ye, to dwell in your sealed houses? In this house lie waste?
Meaning, you know what sealed houses? Your roof. This is basic necessities in the house. A sealed house, meaning the house wasn't sealed before this. Think about that. Means we're living in tents in some difficult situations. Now you're gonna get comfortable in your sealed houses. Damn, it's like think about the Most High. You know, listen, you can't wait a little longer before you get comfortable. Or I'm gonna say this: you can't wait a little longer before you get stable. This is about stability. A sealed house is a basic stable position. A sealed house isn't something to brag about. Think about an unsealed house. There's gaping holes where airflow can get in. That's an unsealed house. A house where there's a hole there where you can feel the elements coming in. So a sealed house is something that everybody should have. Right? Sealed houses isn't something like some luxury. He's like, why are you looking for your basic comfort before the basic needs of the body ain't taken care of? This is about bare bones. This verse was always used to explain extravagance and comfort. This is basic comfort. He's like, why are you even pushing for your basic comfort before the Most High's basic needs aren't sustained and met? It just brings another dimension to this, man. Sealed houses because all those homes were destroyed by these Edomites. Now you have a chance to repair your roof, repair your plumbing. No, the Most High still needs his. Brother, it brings a whole other dimension to this. Continue.
And verse 5. Now therefore thus saith the Most High of Hosts, consider your ways. Ye have sown much in bringing little.
He says, you busted your tail for 15 years and haven't gotten a lot to show for your 15 years of work. Read on.
Ye eat, but ye have not enough. Ye drink, but ye are not filled with drink.
So he's like, you've been operating for 15 years in this situation. Nothing has been enough. Nothing has been enough to get you over the hump. Read on.
Ye clothe you, but there is none warm. And he that earneth wages...
Now the crazy thing is, he says, you've been clothing you, but in reality, they've been in survival mode for 15 years. And that's not me making up anything. This is year 2 or year 15 of their reconstruction in Jerusalem, and nothing that got accomplished yet. So you've been living check to check. We've been suffering and surviving just to get by. And it hasn't been enough. Read on.
And he that earneth wages to put it into a bag with holes.
It has been. But the reason it's been is because they've been waiting on the go-ahead to get the temple set up for 15 years. Right? This is the history behind it. Israel, what the Most High was showing us, yes, you make the trip to Jerusalem, but you need to know before you go full flesh into this, you can't get nothing done without me. You can't get nothing done unless the house of the Most High is squared away. So you're going to suffer, you're going to wait, you're going to know what it feels to be back in your hometown without your temple. But you also have to learn that you can't come up in your own city, in your own house, unless the Most High comes first. So you're going to wait 15 years to even start to see that. And then after you see it, When you first start getting your money, don't put it into your house. Because now you're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. He's saying once the light, you see the light at the end of the tunnel and you see the way out, still put those resources to the Most High. Because you can't go far without the Most High being the number one priority in your life. Read on.
In verse 7.
What's that?
I was like, that the Most High is trying to show you that's where your investment is at. The Most High is your investment. Not all these little things that will secure you for briefness, but it's no stability to it. It's not longevity. It's not a concrete thing.
Truth is strongest. So whether I want to sit back here and judge who I think is in charge or judge if I think what's being allocated is going to go where I want it, I can't operate in that zone. I got to give because giving is right. And by giving right and making my priority right with the Most High, by giving who I'm giving to, who's in the position to lead, I'm telling the Most High that I'm putting him first. Regardless of how it gets situated and broken up and divided up, I can't concern myself with that. All I can concern myself with is that my effort first was allocated to the Father, then my family, and what I need comes last. Yes, sir.
That's your best insurance policy, that investment.
Mm-hmm.
To the Most High. Because like all insurance policies, it's going to pay off at some point. You got to meet the criteria for the payout, but this payout.
Huh?
So
Huh?
it is a good investment.
But there is a trust, though.
God, yeah, in the faith.
There's a trust in the faith, and it's going to feel like you're losing. Because you are initially losing up front.
Like all insurance policies.
There you go. Because who wants to sit back and be saddled with $150 to $200 out of your pocket?
Thank you.
You can do a whole lot with $200 a month. There's a whole lot of good that can come to you. But while you're waiting, the Most High is seeing that sacrifice is being noted, and He gonna bless you because of it. Let's continue.
All right, verse 7. Thus saith the Most High of hosts, consider your ways. Go up to the mountain and bring wood, and build the house, and I will take pleasure in it.
But He's like, go to the mountain, the wood's there. The wood shipments are coming. Why is it so hard to sit back here? You have supplies. Get off your butt and make it happen. You don't even have to pay for it at this point. There's no need to pay for it. So what's keeping you from actually going to work? What keeps us from going to work is that how can also, once you get past monetary limitations, then it's time. How am I going to sustain the income that I do have while going to work on this construction? That's the other aspect. Once we get past what I'm giving up financially, there ain't much to give up financially. What does Israel have more time to do? Give money up or time? But then time is what? So even if I give them my time, I'm giving up what? I'm giving them money. He's like, give up your time, get the supplies that are readily made for you from Lebanon, that came from Joppa, that got sent by ox. Get off your butt and go to work. You don't got the money, put the time in physically. That is that is a way that we show our form of alms and tithes by the time we produce. It's why the brothers that work for the camp. That is your tithes. That is your alms. What you sacrifice every day for the body is your alms. Read on.
Come on.
Verse 8 again.
Verse 8 from the top. Go up to the mountain and bring wood and build the house, and I will take pleasure in it.
I will take pleasure in your pay cut. I will take pleasure in you putting your resources and your time and your capital, which is your body and your back, to work to make sure the body is sustained and the church of the Most High is sustained. I'll take pleasure in that sacrifice. Read on.
And I will take pleasure in it, and I will be glorified, saith Yahweh. Ye looked for much, and lo, it came to little.
And that's the thing. Even if you notice, even when you sit back here and take all the little resources and opportunities and use it for you, it's still never enough. You try to take this money and knock the credit card down. You look up. This is the most discouraging thing in the world. If you have a high interest credit card and you make a minimum payment, and then you made a minimum payment, but then what you owe next month is higher than what you put down on your damn credit card. Like, what am I paying this credit card for?
It's 30% APR now.
Oh, that's insane. So listen, I put $100 in a credit card. I'm thinking I'm gonna get $100 drop in what I owe.
$30 goes to
You-
interest.
That's my point. So you end up maybe putting 45 on it, and the rest goes back to make the damn bill higher. Like you're going to be in debt unless I chunk down $500, but I don't got $500, and I got to knock down $500 like 3 months in a row to feel comfortable. Now that's when you're in trick bag territory. Now you're in a trick bag. Now you're a debt slave, bud. Now you're a debt slave. So
you're paying the debt to be in debt.
yeah, you're just paying it to eventually. You're gonna eventually lose it. You're gonna eventually. Then you gotta ask yourself, okay, when do I gotta just sit back here and max this shit and just bow out? Listen, I've been reduced to that before. I was like, you know what? I'm so bad. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was in a situation where this credit card's so high. I'm telling you, the credit card spirits read my mind. I said, you know what, man? F this shit, man. I said, I'm like many thousand in the red. I'm gonna go to Best Buy and go bananas out and just say F it out. So literally, the next day I called. It was a Sunday. I said, man, this is not gonna work. I am not getting out of this. I'm not getting out of this. I might as well charge it to the game. Because sometimes when they're, well, not a lot of times. A lot of times, if you owe so much in credit card debt, don't write it off and say that was income for the year. Now your credit gets hit, but all you get hit on is additional income on your income tax statement the next year. Point is, I'm not advising people to do it
Don't do it.
because your credit will be thrashed.
And you're leaving out a little bit more than that too.
Well, you're gonna get hit on the credit.
Yeah, but they're gonna come after you. Lawyers are gonna come after you for in claims court.
Not me. Not me.
You never got letters from lawyers saying that, yo, you gotta be the.
I got calls, but I didn't. That don't mean I responded to them.
How long ago was this?
That was like 10 years ago.
It's changed.
Yeah, now they're more
It's
aggressive.
changed.
Now they're aggressive
Lawyers
creditors.
are coming. Like they want.
But you know what's funny? But all they're gonna do, they're gonna call the office. You're gonna call me. I ain't answering. Anyway, when they do a lot of that, they'll sit back and call your job and embarrass you. That happens too. What am I saying? As I was realizing I'm never getting out of this, I called the next day and they shut down my credit. I was like, you SOBs read my mind and knew I was about to just go all in play.
That was a blessing for you.
No, it was I still was in the red. I still lost the card.
Right.
I still was in the red.
And the
Yeah,
credit
but
is
you had to
still
pay. Yeah, you still lost the card, but you didn't have to pay the higher interest.
I did. I still had to pay. I was still in the red.
Right.
I was still in the red, and I still owe $10,000 on the credit card anyway.
As opposed to the thousands you would have spent at Best Buy.
Who cares? What tomato? What difference is owing one set of thousands versus an additional couple of thousands? What's the damn difference?
Not paying your credit card debts.
All I'm saying, I am not saying not to pay your debts. I'm just saying that I was going to lose out anyway. I was drowning. I was going to drown. So it was a matter of if I'm going to drown with nothing,
Right.
or if I was going to drown with a few more trinkets while I was drowning. That's how bad it was. So it wasn't a question of let me stop and pay it back. That was not an option. I had a lot of young kids. Debts was like ramped up. Like, okay, you know what? I have deduced that this is a no-win situation.
Right.
Listen, until you're there, you don't understand what I'm saying.
You could have restructured the loan.
No. Listen, there is no restructuring nothing. Listen, listen, there is no winning this situation. There's no winning it. So then I'm like, okay, there's no winning this. So I'm going to go forward and make the best out of this. Or because, back in the day, this is what happened with me. I ended up paying 10% of what I owed. Then they canceled the debt and put the rest on as a payment or as a addition to my what I made that year. That's what I did. Maybe they changed it, but I paid like 10% of it. 10 to 20% was what I paid out. So what was the difference? I could have got more things. I could have sat back and had more things. I didn't even think things.
Dang.
I was gonna get things for that. Like, listen, man. Let me get a 60-inch. Let me get a 60. Let me get them vibrant colors. You know, you go to get tough TVs that they always have nature shows on. And this green animal is extra green, like a line. And he has these fiery red. Like, that color is brilliant. That's not even real life color. You don't even see animals in real life that color. Right? Why is this green so spectacular? Why is like the river so super blue? If I was there, it wouldn't look that blue. What the hell's going on here? I don't know if y'all noticed that on these televisions. Like, that blue is not realistic blue. If I was out there looking at that water, it wouldn't look that fire. Like, what's going on here? And the TV screens are like curved. So there's some plasma technology with this curved screen. Anyway, it wasn't like that back then. But that's what I was saying. If I'm going to blow it, if I'm going to lose it, I'm going to lose it. And the next day it says, nope, that little extra you had in your mind is kaput. How did we get this far into the conversation? I have no idea. But what was the Most High trying to tell us is that the more you try to get yourself out of the red, you're going to still be in the red, and the Most High is not going to be happy. Why not give the Most High what he wants and still be in the red? And just know the Most High will take care of you because you made the choice to put him first, regardless of what benefit might come your way. Okay? And let's continue.
Ye looked for much, and lo, it came to little. And when ye brought it home, I did blow upon it.
Because the Most High makes that money stretch even thinner than you had supposed it was supposed to be. This is how the Most High forces you to come to the realization, I'm going to always be broke. Because we lie to ourselves and tell ourselves, if we sit back here and we figure this and we tweak this and we tweak this and we're smart guy here and smart gal here and we're penny pinch here, we will be okay in 8 months. Oh, dude, listen. You're going to be in the red until the Most High wants you out of the red. Does that mean you're supposed to be this lazy person that's just throws caution to the wind? No. But you got to give the Most High his and trust it'll work out in the back end. However it works out. Read on.
Verse 9 from the top. Ye looked for much, and lo, it came to little. And when ye brought it home, I did blow upon it. Why, saith the Most High of Hosts? Because of mine house that is waste, and ye run every man unto his own house.
Especially when the house of the Lord needs to get built. There's, I don't know if you understand this, but the Most High, there's times to get you right. There's times to kind of get your house right, get your life right. But there's other times when the Most High's house needs to get made the priority. And this time in Haggai is one of those situations that even in our camp now, this is one of those times.
Yeah.
This is the time to go all in to make sure the house gets built. This is the season to put it on the line and make sure the camp and the school is the priority. Because why sit back here for us and be in a situation where we're at now when we're in a position to get way better? And the Most High is like, listen, man, I already worked on the mind of King Darius. He's committing these grants. Get out of survival mode and get out of apathy mode and get to work. This is how the Most High starts shaking us up. Get out of our own heads. Get out of that sorrowful, broken mind. Because think about this. 15 years of taking L's can work on a person's mind. You start losing hope. You start losing that zeal. You start losing that fight. It is hard to be in a wait mode for umpteen years, and then when the Spirit opens, you jump on it. That's very difficult. And that's what's crazy about Haggai. The Spirit's moving Haggai to shake Israel out of their little stupor and out of their little head trip. 15 years of taking losses, you start telling yourself it ain't meant to be. You're telling yourself it ain't meant, this truth thing, this temple thing ain't meant to be in my lifetime. Am I right or wrong? I look at our situation, all these ups and downs, and and stupidity and bad management. He's like, man, is it even meant for us to sit back here and rebuild again?
You just accept mediocrity.
And that's what we end up getting. We end up accepting mediocrity in our pursuit to please the Heavenly Father. And nowadays is the truth didn't. I had bad experience in the truth, and this person hurt me, and this person let me down. Listen, all those L's, bad management, weak decisions, selfish decision making, make you even question why to reinvest and give it a try again. Think about this. They gave it a try in 536, from 538 to 536, and it didn't work. And they said, no, you're going to sit here and wait. You ain't getting what you want. And then from that time on, all their attempts were in vain. And then in 529, Cambyses said, shut down all construction or you're going to do it with my wrath. What kills Israel a lot is when you try, you give it your best effort, and sometimes it ain't meant to be at that time. When you try to be zealous, you try to give, you try to serve, you try to do things the right way, and it ain't meant to be by the Most High's hands. But then when it's time to set up, you better hurry up and get off your ass and get going. And that's the dilemma. Because for us, we try. The Most High, you know it ain't meant to be. So then you go on autopilot. You go on autopilot, but then the Most High is like, okay, they need something to shake them out of being on an autopilot mode. Because that's where they're at right now. It's selfish, but it's selfish is based on being broken and beat down and having losses. It's definitely human nature. But the Most High still doesn't change the fact that he still got to check us. And he still got to say, man, get out of your head. Now it's time to fight. For 15 years it wasn't. Now it's time. Now it's green light time. Stop being selfish. Stop being in your world. Because that's what is happening to us too. When things are going crazy up top, let me just focus on what I can focus on. And then we get into the habit of just focusing on what you can control. And then sometimes you're scared to give it a try again. Why give it a try again when it might not work up? You don't think in their head, what happens when Darius decides to change his mind?
Right.
What happens if he dies and the next guy comes in and it don't work again? This is what they were thinking. This is how we think. Most of this, you can't focus like that. You can't think like that. When it's your opportunity to give. Don't overthink it. Give your spirit. Give if you have resources financially. Give it. If you have your back and your legs, give it. Give your whatever you can to help the body of the Most High out, so the Most High can bless you. And stop overthinking things. Stop overcomplicating things. Does that make sense? Okay. Let's continue, sir. It is verse 10.
Verse 10. Therefore, the heaven over you is stayed from the dew, and the earth is stayed from her fruit.
Because now that the Most High is waking you up, how does he wake men up? He makes a poor situation more poor. He makes your conditions even more difficult. He says the dew ain't going to be enough. The earth ain't going to produce the fruits that were even giving you the little sustenance you have. Even though the Most High makes your life so hard, the first thing we see, man, I need some brotherhood, man. I need to get back with these brothers. I need to get back to work. Because he'll make life so difficult where he's forcing you to sit back and recommit back to him. So let's continue.
And I called for a drought upon the land, and upon the mountains, and upon the corn, and upon the new wine, and upon the oil, and upon that which the ground bringeth forth, and upon men.
So he's telling you, when your life gets really difficult, and your finances get out of this world, and he makes your living conditions miserable, that's the Most High saying you better give more to me. But what happens in our lives when our financial situation gets messed up? What's our solution? Work harder, scheme harder, hustle harder, make more money moves, rob Peter to pay Paul. That's our thinking to get out of our condition, versus how it should be is recommitting ourselves back in that book, recommitting ourselves back to serving the Lord, recommit ourselves back to studying, reading, and giving our money, our finances, or our time to the work. Whatever we have an access of or an excess of. And Israel don't have excess of money, ever, or rarely. If you want to hit up Israel for money, you better do it now. January and February, bro. And that February, it's like from the 1st to the 14th, bro. It's gone. That Shekoyim, that money is gone by mid-February, bro. Because listen, that's one thing the Jews do not drag their feet on. Listen, once their employer gives them that 1099 or that W-2 form, they are at the tax man's office out. And a lot of times they will pay for expedited money. They gonna blow $250 to get that money to get expedited out. Like, you can't wait 3 weeks. No, I ain't waiting no 3 weeks to a month, dog. No, sir. I want it direct deposit in cash. $250. I want it in 2 or 3 days, B. Then it's shopping time, man. Listen, most time you don't put it back to pay your debts.
Those credit cards.
Nope, that's what you should be. That's what you should be. Put it back in those cards. No, sir. Well, let's go to the restaurants. First of all, it's a nice meal. It's a nice meal, better than normal. Then you go into the malls. You go into the stores. You gonna go shop.
And the meal's gonna have an appetizer right before.
Yeah, listen. We're not just going. We're gonna sit back here. Let's get the first entree, man. Let me get the entrees first, G. Let me get the entrees.
Become good tippers.
Yeah, I got you, dog. I got you, dog. Money ain't a thing today. Money ain't a thing. It's not. We gonna live like kings and queens today. When in actuality, this is the time to give even more. And even when we don't have it like that, can we give our time? Can we give our presence? Give what we can. Because the Lord's house is in need. And the Most High, listen, the Most High puts us all through cycles. When it's the Lord's time, you got to give it up. But the Lord's house ain't always in need. Sometimes it's not, and when it is, you'll come up. But He's looking to how you roll in these moments in our life. There's certain moments we got to show Him that He matters more than you. That what He needs is more important than you or your family, what they need. There's certain moments the Most High puts us in position to make those decisions. And this is one of those times. And it was one of those times for us during the process of the rebuild. Even though there was 15 years of loss, 15 years of disappointment that didn't justify still staying in your sealed houses or fighting to get a sealed house. Read on.
Verse 11 from the top. And I called for a drought upon the land, and upon the mountains, and upon the corn, and upon the new wine, and upon the oil, and upon that which the ground bringeth forth, and upon men, and upon cattle, and upon the labor of the hands. Then Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel.
So that means he was sitting back here and even eliminating childbirthing. He was cutting down how much ranch help you had. Because your help was based upon how many children you had in the farm. I'm going to sit back here and cut your help down. I'm going to cut your help down because you're not helping me. Read on.
Then Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Joshua, the son of Josedek, the high priest, with all the remnant of the people, obeyed the voice of the Most High, their power, in the words of Haggai the prophet, as the Most High, their power, had sent him. And the people did fear before Yahweh.
You know what also this shows? The scripture says the Jews require a what?
Sign.
They needed a sign from the Lord saying, get off your ass and put your money into the camp. But at least they weren't fighting it. But Darius's change of heart didn't change him enough. They partied, they smiled, they drank wine, and they went back to their house. They're showing you the nature of our people. We need to get shaken up from the Most High before we start waking up and say, oh man, I got to get to work. I got to change my ways. It lets you know even about what it takes to actually repent. A lot of us need failure, loss, whatever growth in our life was halting for us to start taking things more spiritual. Darius saying the grants there should have got everybody locked in off rip, but it wasn't. Let's continue.
And the Most High stirred up the spirit of Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, governor of Judah, in the spirit of Joshua, the son of Josedek, the high priest, in the spirit of all the remnant of the people. And they came and did work in the house of the Most High of hosts, their power.
So that now they went to work and started fighting God. The Most High stirs the spirit of fight in us by drying things up around us. What did he say he was doing? He says he would call a drought on the land and upon the mountains and upon the corn and upon the new wine. What's the drought upon the mountains? Water shortage. That ice wasn't going to melt and make its way down to the aquifers to get into the city to draw water. I'm gonna drought your water, your food. You can't sit back here and plant anymore. I'm gonna make life difficult. Most High makes life difficult to reemerge the spirit of fight in our spirit. Okay, and he says it's gonna be a drought of corn, new wine, oil. He's gonna hit our crops. He says, and upon men and cattle, he takes away the things we're comfortable with to wake us up, to get us to fight. And this is how that's how he accomplished us to fight our battle here. Give me verse 15.
In the 4th and 20th day of the 6th month, in the 2nd year of Darius the king. Haggai 2. In the 7th month, in the 1 and 20th day of the month.
Now we're starting to grow further. Now we're in the 7th month of the 2nd year, the 20th day of the month. Now another prophecy comes to Haggai. Read on.
Came the word of the Most High by the prophet of Haggai, saying, Speak now to Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, governor of Judah, and to Joshua, the son of Josedek, the high priest, and to the residue of the people, saying, Who is left among you that saw this house in her first glory?
Not very many people were left to see how the temple was, how it looked at the before we fell. So obviously construction is going, and in the midst of construction going a month after the prophecy, now the prophecy is who has seen the temple in its past glory. Read on.
And how do ye see it now? Is it not in your eyes in comparison of it as nothing?
And he's letting you know that even in the process of you constructing and reconstructing, it's nothing close to what it used to be. But he's letting us know also there is a verse in Baruch. I think it's Baruch 4. Tawam is in the restroom. Baruch 4. I want you to read, Kaya. Let's slit you in real quick. You got it, sir.
Kaya Raka, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shar, Ban Yashala.
Kaya Raka, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shar, Ban Yashala. Imagine. Right? Yahweh Hashem Yashar Barakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar Barakatah.
All right. It is Baruch chapter 4. And I think it's 4. 4 and 28. Baruch 4 and 28.
Baruch, chapter 4 and verse 28. For as it was your mind to go astray from the Most High, so being returned, seek him 10 times more.
We were astray. We made mistakes. We lost the temple. We got to work 10 times harder to get it back to the position that it once was and what we once were. And that's why we had to wait 15 years in the first place to earn back even a small size temple. He's letting us listen, man. You think you're gonna get it? You think we're gonna get what we established restored back to nothing? All we gotta do is say Salakia, and we're gonna get what we want back. He's letting us know about sin also. When you make mistakes, when you hurt people, when you do damaging things to people, look at your life. Is a Salakia? Does that actually fix things? It's a start. But once you sit back here and step on people's toes and do people the wrong way, making things, working 10 times harder, is you have to put years and time into reconciliation to reestablish trust. If we understand that with a human being, with a brother, with a sister, how long do you think it takes to establish trust back with the Most High. Yes, he loves you. Yes, he forgives you. But even a person that hurts you, do you forgive them? But just because you forgive them don't mean you trust them at the same way you did before. It takes years to rebuild trust. Rebuild that desire to see this person in the same light that they once were. And you can't speed through that reconciliation. So he's like, listen, the temple now that's being rebuilt in the second year, 7th month, is nothing what it was when Solomon built it. But you know what? He wasn't going to grant us something that big and extravagant. You needed a temple at the time that was where we were spiritually. It's even where we are now. When we first rebuilt, we didn't need to sit back and have no extravagant place. We weren't in an extravagant position. He wasn't going to grant us something that we'll sit back and say, man, I'm proud of this. We really put our work in. When you start to rebuild, you start from scratch. You look in this room, it's small, it's very humbling, because that's where we were. Now we're working ourselves to a bigger place. You know what? It's going to be another step. And then years later, we have a bigger one. And all the work we put in, you'll start seeing that trust reestablished even in this realm. In our school. It doesn't matter who ran what back then. Whatever we built and lost, we had to work 10 times harder to reestablish where we're at now. It's the same thing with the Most High with the temple. Because the leaders back in the time of Israel didn't appreciate it, the new generation has to sit back and suffer with the temple not being as extravagant. The temple didn't get the real financial boost and extravagant setup until King Herod did it, which was the Edomite. That temple was built in comparison to what Solomon established back in the day. But it took many years before we got to that point. This is what the Most High shows about getting ourselves back in the Lord's good graces. It's not an easy thing. So, where are we at in Haggai 2 and 3, sir?
Haggai 2 in chapter 3. Who was left among you that saw this house in her first glory? And how do ye see it now? Is it not in your eyes in comparison of it as nothing? Yet now be strong, O Zerubbabel, saith the Most High. And be strong, O Joshua, son of Josedek, the high priest. And be strong, all ye people of the land, saith the Most High. And work, for I am with you, saith the Most High of hosts.
So he's with you, but he's not going to reward you just for showing up. This is why we had to wait 15 years anyway to even get to this position. I'm with you, but I'm not going to give you a reward that you haven't earned as a nation. And this is how we have to look at things. Can I look at my life, and can I look at my growth and see how he's been with me with small increments of blessings? We a lot of times want the big blessing. We want this big extravagant temple, but in reality, he's blessing us every day just in small incremental steps. And he blesses us in these small incremental steps based on our incremental obedience. What did we really do to earn getting a temple being rebuilt at the level of Solomon? Nothing. Look at what David had to do and Solomon had to do to earn the temple being the way it was during Solomon's time. It wasn't just Solomon. David sat back here and busted his tail. When you go back to the history of that, and I think it was in 2 Samuel and 1 Chronicles, man, listen, the majority of the temple was prepared by David. The gold, the materials, the wood, the majority of it he set up. The bronze, the silver, he had all those stores. What Solomon did was just pick the right artificers to put it together. The stones were set up. David did all the work. He did the work of eliminating all the enemies, killing off all generations. Listen, he wiped out 2/3 of the Moabite army. He wiped out generations of fighters, of enemies, so that Solomon can have a peaceful kingdom. And it was built on righteous premises. this next generation, whereas Zerubbabel and Joshua, they didn't do half of what those men did. So why should they get the reward that Solomon and David got? That's how you have to look at it. It takes years of obedience to get the caliber of blessing that you might expect to happen to you. Continue.
For thus saith the Most High of Hosts, Slaki, verse 5. According to the word that I have covenanted with you when ye came out of Egypt, so my spirit remaineth among you. Fear ye not.
He said, I'm still with you from the time that I covenanted with you in Egypt. But the truth is, he's been with us, but who hasn't been consistent with their part of the deal? Yes. It's always us. So I'm always here. He's always here for us, but our dedication isn't always there. So when our dedication ramps up, our blessings ramp up. That's the deal. Read on.
For thus saith the Most High of Hosts, yet once it is a little while, and I will shake the heavens, and the earth, and the sea, and the dry land. And I will shake all nations, and the desire of all nations shall come, and I will fill this house with glory, saith the Most High.
So what is he saying? Based upon our obedience, he will still shake and move the nations to serve the Lord in Jerusalem. Remember I mentioned it earlier. When we were the heads of the nations, the goal was to have us be that city on the hill like Solomon talked about and have all the nations flowing unto it as us being the base of power and influence and leadership in the world. Now that we forfeited that, he's like, the goal is still to bring the nations to us, but it's going to be from different means. He is going to shake the nations. You can look at this as a future prophecy, because really it's part of that also. He says, he's going to shake the nations, and the desire of all nations shall come. The desire of the nations are going to be to serve us and to serve the Lord. The best we got to this on earth was just the nations having an admiration of our piety towards the Father. That was really the best we got when the Romans and the Greeks saw how we operated. They respected our obedience towards the Heavenly Father. Like Ptolemy of Egypt, I think it was Ptolemy Philopator. He saw how dedicated we were to the Father, and he respected and honored how we did that. And the Romans the same saw how we were dedicated to the Father, and that was an aspect of how the nations flowed unto us. But in the future prophecy, all the nations are going to realize that they got to serve the Heavenly Father, and they got to use the Most High as their foundation and serve the Lord's people as they're pursuing serving the Lord. Read verse 8.
Verse 8. The silver is mine, and the gold is mine, saith the Most High.
All the power and resources are going to flow. It's the Most High's to give. It's the Most High's to allocate who he wants them to go to. At the end, this is what Most High says, all the resources of the Gentiles are going to be flowing up to the Jews. All the source of the nations that had the power are going to flow it back to the Israelites when we get to our power. Okay, read on.
The glory of this latter house shall be greater than of the former, saith the Most High.
So what he's talking about, you think he's talking about the house that's being built now at the time of Darius? He's like the latter. He's not even talking about the house that not Nimrod, but Herod built. He's like, his latter house is going to be more dynamic than this one, but it's going to be in time. We have to run our course. East are going to run their course. The Persians to run their course. All the nations to run their course, and at the end, the temple is going to be outstanding. Okay, read on.
Right. Saith the Most High of Hosts, and in this place will I give peace, saith the Most High of Hosts.
So, when you sit back here and read Haggai and Zephaniah it's in that sweet spot of the Jews tapping into construction. Tapping into construction during the time of Darius, once construction is on and popping. Now what we're going to do is go to Ezra chapter 5. We're going to read Ezra chapter 5, verse 1 through 17. I doubt we're going to be able to get through all of this class, but we're going to get through as much as we possibly can. Ezra chapter 5, verse 1 through 17 in the Bible. In the Bible. So, where are we at? Yes.
Then the prophets, Haggai the prophet and Zechariah the son of Iddo, prophesied to the Jews that were in Judah and Jerusalem in the name of the Most High of Israel, even unto them.
You see how now we had to leave Ezra chapter 4 and go to the Apocrypha and go all around the world now to kind of get ourselves back on the proper timeline? Because now we're in construction mode. Now the Most High through Haggai and Zechariah has got the Jews motivated to start building the temple again and put their resources and allocation and time into the structuring of the temple. Earlier, the Most High worked on the mind of Darius to start construction. Now we're here in construction mode. Give me verse 2.
Then rose up Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Jeshua, the son of Jozadak, and began to build the house of the Most High.
After the Most High lit that fire up under their tails. Read on.
Which is at Jerusalem. And with them were the prophets of the Most High helping them.
How are the prophets helping them? By keeping them motivated, keeping them focused, keeping their priorities in line. Read on.
At the same time came to them Tatnai, governor of this side of the river, and Shetharaboznai, and their companions, and said thus unto them.
They said on this side of the river, that means up north. These are Samaritans. So now you had people from the north sitting back here now and questioning and checking these Hebrews about construction. Read on.
Who hath commanded you to build this house and to make up this wall? Then said we unto them after this manner, what are the names of the men that make this building?
He said, I want to know who's the head of construction detail. Because I'm putting cases on each and every one of y'all. And y'all are going to Pelican Bay. And y'all going to do 23-hour lockdown. Because you're going to be going to jail for whoever's building on the temple. These governors obviously weren't aware of the decree that Darius had set forth a year before. Exactly. They didn't get the memo for some reason. They didn't want the memo. They didn't want to hear the memo anyway if they even had it. Read on.
But the eye of their power was upon the elders.
But it also lets you know, I'm going to cut you off, how violent and antagonistic their neighbors in the north and south were. It was a very tense time to be a Jew going back to your land. They were hated. They had haters and enemies from the north, south, east, and west. Nobody wanted to see them come back and regain that territory. That also brings another dimension as to why the Most High says, listen, man, my house is abandoned, and you live in your still houses. It was doubt. It was fear. They were afraid of their enemies coming to attack them. They had no army. They had no finances. Nothing was in order. Everything in their life was out in discombobulated. You're like, listen, man, we got to get this temple. With these guys going to come here with weapons and artillery. We can't even handle them. So he's letting you know the Most High is with them, but there's still danger there. There was obvious danger there. Let's continue. I kind of want to bring the whole scenario to kind of understand why Israel was selfish. It was fear. It was doubt. It was lack of confidence. They didn't see this thing coming through. So now they're back in construction. They're motivated. And now the enemy comes here, tries to stifle the work. Read on.
But the eye of their power was upon the elders of the Jews, that they could not cause them to cease till the matter came to Darius. And then they returned answer.
So check this out. Whatever logistically happened with these letters, it didn't get to those governors. But check this out. They said, but the eye of their power was upon the elders of the Jews, that they could not cause them to cease till the matter came to Darius. So think about this. They still didn't stop construction while these bullies were sitting back here making life uncomfortable. You're like, we're not going to sit back here and stop and let this bully tactic slow down progress anymore. He's letting you know that, hey, even when you try to do things the right way, you're going to get nothing but resistance keeping you from accomplishing what you're trying to accomplish. That adversity is coming. They did everything right, and they started building and constructing knowing that Darius authorized it, but they still had to deal with that heat and that pressure from the opposition. Read on.
And then they returned answer by letter concerning this matter.
One second. There's a scripture that talks about good and evil is always going to be present. That, and there's another one just. It's in Ecclesiasticus. Yep. Go Ecclesiasticus 33 and 14. Read that, sir.
Sirach 33 and 14.
You gotta give him Ecclesiasticus, man. You're getting it too deep for the people, man.
If you read the Apocrypha, it's Sirach by now, bro.
They don't. You gotta assume that the Jews don't. So don't get deep with them, man.
Okay, kind of. Ecclesiasticus 33 and 14. Good is set against evil, and life against death. So is the godly against the sinner, and the sinner against the godly.
You're never gonna get that dynamic leaving. That dynamic of good versus evil, sinner versus the godly is always going to be a part of your life, but it can't change your humility and your servitude towards the Heavenly Father. That can't stop. Okay? Let that go and let's go back. Because listen, the crazy thing is, in Haggai, they already made their decision up to move forward. Where good is, evil is present. You made your decision. Scripture says, once you make a counsel, don't what? Don't change it. They made the counsel to construct, don't stop. Regardless of whatever these guys were coming to sit back here and slow construction up. Yes, Al?
You gotta say that's integrity.
Mm-hmm.
Job is the same thing. Can't the Most High give us good and give us evil?
Yes.
It's not going to change me and what my obligation is.
Exactly the case. Exactly the case. So now we're back in Ezra, chapter 5 and verse 6, right?
It's 5, latter half.
Let's just read the top of 5.
5 from the top. But the eye of their power was upon the elders of the Jews, that they could not cause them to cease, till the matter came to Darius. And then they returned answer by letter concerning this matter. The copy of the letter that Tatnai, governor of this side of the river, and Sheriff-Boznai and his companions, the Aphroshites, which were on this side of the river, sent unto Darius the king. They sent a letter unto him, wherein was written thus, Unto Darius the king, all peace. Be it known unto the king that we went into the province of Judea, to the house of the great power Yahweh, which is builded with great stones, and timber is laid in the walls, and this work goeth fast on, and prospereth in their hands. Then asked we those elders, and said unto them thus, Who commanded you to build this house, and to make up these walls?
Why are you on that nap, man? Why are you sitting back here trying to get yourself together? Get on top. You know what I mean? Read on.
We asked their names also, to certify thee, that we may write the names of the men that were the chief of them.
So they can get in trouble. So we here to snitch. Read on.
And thus they returned us answer, saying, We are the servants of the Most High of heaven and earth, and build the house that was builded these many years ago, which a great king of Israel builded and set up. But after that our fathers had provoked the Most High of heaven unto wrath, he gave them into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, the Chaldean, who destroyed this house and carried the people away into Babylon.
Instead of sitting back here and giving what they wanted specific names, they said, I'm going to give you the history of Israel. Just in case you forgot.
He pulled a Putin.
He pulled a Putin. Look, that's exactly. Listen. Remember when Tucker Carlson interviewed Putin?
God.
Listen, they're like, why'd you sit back here and cross over and take over Ukraine? Let me give you the history from Peter the Great. I'm like, damn, he went before Peter the Great. He went over to the Rus, like 400 like AD. I'm like, bro, and then Tucker was so mad. He's like, I don't want to hear the history of the Russian Empire. And remember, don't forget, Putin said this before. I asked you this question: are we here? Is this for jokes?
Right.
Or are we gonna really deal with the core of this?
Root issue.
Yeah, let's get to the core of it. People don't like Putin. When people think that was like Putin was grandstanding, Putin normally has hour to 2 hour speeches. That's what he normally does. He cut it short for the people. He normally goes an hour or two. He had literally a 2.5 hour speech this week. That's what he does. They don't understand that Putin's really a statesman. You know, they don't put Putin's speeches on TV. You got to go on a Russian government websites, or go on their government website and get the translation of the transcripted messages. Who wants to do that? But listen, they paint Putin like this monster, bro. This guy's a historian, and this guy sat back here and said, "Listen, Ukraine is Russia's, bro. You want to act like, let's stop fronting.
Right.
Ukraine has always been Russia." And he says, now, if there's going to be some type of suspect scenario, maybe Lviv West is Polish. And if y'all Polacks want it, take it.
Right.
He's been consistent with that. We don't even mess with West. We don't even care about West Ukraine.
Right.
But from, if you want to be specific, Kiev East, that's us.
Mm-hmm.
And Crimea is not even a question.
No.
Crimea has always been our zone. He made it very clear. He's always been clear. They just don't talk about it. But this is what the response, like you said, Adam, was what we gave them. Listen, man, we don't go into our history. I'm not giving you names. Yeah. We're the people that God chose to build this land. And they're sitting back here hammering and drilling. Yeah, it's a construction site. Sawdust everywhere, bro. Get out of here. We broke the Lord's laws. Now we're sitting back here building it back up again. You know, now we got confidence again. We got confidence that the Lord's with us. Sometimes you need that jolt of energy and that confidence that the Most High is with you. Don't worry about these people. It lets you know the effect of that L that Cambyses put on us. It affected us psychologically. Sometimes when you give your best and it ain't enough, and the law is saying it ain't going to work, in the back of your mind, is it going to work this time? So we need that jolt in Haggai and Zechariah for the prophets to remind us it's going to work out, it's going to happen. Trust in the Lord. Now we got our swag back out. Now we got our confidence back. So, read on verse 13.
But in the first year of Cyrus, the king of Babylon, the same King Cyrus made a decree to build this house of the Most High.
Exactly.
But the vessels also of gold and silver of the house of the Most High, which Nebuchadnezzar took out of the temple that was in Jerusalem, and brought them into the temple of Babylon. Those did Cyrus the king take out of the temple of Babylon, and they were delivered unto one, whose name was Sheshbazzar, whom he had made governor, and said unto him, Take these vessels, go, carry them into the temple that is in Jerusalem, and let the house of the Most High be builded in this place. Then came the same Sheshbazzar, and laid the foundation of the Most High, which is in Jerusalem. And since that time, even until now, hath it been in building, and yet it is not finished. Now therefore, if it seem good to the king, let there be search made in the king's treasure house, which is there at Babylon, whether it be so, that a decree was made of Cyrus the king to build this house of the Most High at Jerusalem. And let the king send his pleasure to us concerning this matter.
Yeah, you see how he's getting really professional? But they're like, listen, stick it, man. Stick it where the sun don't shine. Give me 1 second. I got to kind of step away and walk for a second. Oh. But all that's true, man. Slacky, y'all, for your patience. I appreciate it. We're back at it. Oh, my goodness. Once again, Thwada, again, for your patience. I'm moving slow here, but we're getting it. Okay, so where are we at? We're at Ezra 6 and 1, right?
Ezra 5 is complete, chapter 5.
Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to do Ezra chapter 6. And Ezra 6, verse 1 through... Let me see, man. Let's go 1 through 18. We're going to try to finish this thing off. Man. We're going to do our best. We're going to do our best.
Ezra 6 and 1. Then Darius the king made a decree, and search was made in the house of the rolls, where the treasures were laid up in Babylon. And there was found at Achmetha, in the palace that is in the province of the Medes, a roll, and therein was a record thus written. In the first year of Cyrus the king, the same Cyrus the king made a decree concerning the house of the Most High at Jerusalem. Let the house be builded, the place where they offered sacrifices, and let the foundations thereof be strongly laid. The height thereof 60 cubits, and the breadth thereof 60 cubits, with 3 rows of great stones, and a row of new timber. And let the expenses be given out of the king's house. And also let the golden and silver vessels of the house of the Most High, which Nebuchadnezzar took forth out of the temple, which is at Jerusalem, and brought unto Babylon, be restored, and brought again unto the temple, which is at Jerusalem, every one to his place, and place them in the house of the Most High. Now therefore Tatnai, governor beyond the river, Shethar-Bozenai, and your companions, the Aphroshites, which are beyond the river, be ye far from thence. Let the work of this house of the Most High alone. Let the governor of the Jews and the elders of the Jews build this house of the Most High in his place. Moreover, I make a decree what ye shall do to the elders of these Jews for the building of the house of the Most High.
He says, matter of fact, you want to be so nosy about what they're going to do, you want to come out of pocket for this too. You want to sit back here and be Karen? Then Karen got to come out of pocket. Let's go.
That of the king's goods, even of the tribute beyond the river, forthwith expenses be given unto these men, that they not, Salakia, that they be not hindered, and that which they have need of, both young bullocks and rams and lambs, for the burnt offerings of the Most High of heaven, wheat, salt, wine, and oil, according to the appointment of the priests, which are at Jerusalem.
So the same people that you're sweating, you got to go and get and follow orders from them. You're going to sit back here and be a do-boy and pick up give me this salt, give me this wine, give me this drink, give me this oil, give me these animals. Read on.
Let it be given to them day by day without fail, that they may offer sacrifices of sweet savors unto the power of heaven, and pray for the life of the king and of his sons.
So you're going to sit back. You just see, this is important. This is what was talked about. This is what Octavius or Caesar Augustus was asking for also. When you're sitting back here and sacrificing all those animals to your God, make sure you pray for Rome. Make sure you pray for the advance of Rome. This right here, he's like, all those sacrifices that are coming out of our Persian and Mede budget, I want you to pray for the king and his sons. That was the condition of us getting all these animals off of the tribute of the Assyrians and the surrounding peoples. Okay? When we did sacrifice to the Heavenly Father, we're also supposed to pray for the nation's well-being. This is something we got to be conscious of. We can sit back here and hate this people and hate this people or not, but when they were bankrolling us, we were ordered to pray for them, and that's what we did. And there's a reason that the Persians lasted as long as they did. You going to say?
Are we supposed to be doing that now?
I'm going to say this. No.
No? Okay.
But I'm going to say this. If they were sitting back here and funding us and taking care of us, it'd be a different story. Okay. What we're supposed to be now is obedient to the powers that be. Yes, sir.
Right. Funding us and taking care of us in the spirit of the Most High.
God.
Serving the Father, not funding, taking care of us for their benefit.
Exactly.
Happens now.
Exactly. But we just got to make sure we go into history and understand how the Most High dealt with us in the nations. We were still supposed to pray for the nations that were in power, that were looking after us. This is a part of the history. Read on.
Verse 11. Also, I have made a decree that whosoever shall alter this word, let timber be pulled down from his house and being set up.
Now listen, what the Persians were really heavy on is once a decree was made, you couldn't back down on it. Remember we read that with when they were trying to set up Daniel with the lion's den, and how they were using Persian decrees as justification to throw him in the lion's den. When they asked the Persian king for a week not to, well, it was Darius, which was the leader of the province. They were like, listen, for a week we're asking for nobody not to pray. Remember that whole story? And they were using the letter of the law of the Persian documents that it was against the law for anybody to break the Persian laws. This is the card that Darius is using also. If you guys don't honor it, we're going to take the wood out of your crib and put it in the house. So you're going to have a super unsealed house. So let's keep going.
A little from the top. Also, I have made a decree that whosoever shall alter this word, let timber be pulled down from his house, and being set up, let him be hanged thereon, and let his house be made a dunghill for this. And the Most High that hath caused his name to dwell there destroy all kings and people that shall put to their hand to alter and to destroy this house of Yahweh, which is at Jerusalem. I, Darius, have made a decree. Let it be done with speed. So
get this thing done and stop bothering me anymore about this until the whole thing is complete. Now we got all these surrounding provinces having to serve and help expedite the construction process. Read on.
13. Then Tetnai, governor on this side the river, Shethar-Bozenai, and their companions, according to that which Darius the king had sent, so they did speedily. And the elders of the Jews builded, and they prospered through the prophesying of Haggai the prophet and Zechariah the son of Iddo.
The prophesying helped keep everybody centered and focused and confident. Read on.
And they built it and finished it, according to the commandment of the Most High of Israel, and according to the commandment of Cyrus, and Darius, and Artaxerxes, king of Persia.
If we're going to sit back here and get specific, Artaxerxes was not the next man after King Darius I. We've mentioned before that Artaxerxes is a term of a leader and a king. If you're going to get specific, the kings was Cyrus, Cambyses, then there was a Magi that ruled for a year. Cambyses the second, to be specific. A Magi leader that ruled for a year. Then it was Darius. Then it was Xerxes the first. Then it was Artaxerxes the first after Xerxes. That was the succession of kings of Persia. So it said, according to the commandment of Cyrus, Darius, and Xerxes, king of Persia. Xerxes came after Darius, and Xerxes had a respect for the Heavenly Father and an honor towards the Heavenly Father. And you're going to read about Artaxerxes had a respect for the Father too, and he had a relationship with Ezra. Okay? We'll go into that in a little bit. Read verse 15.
And this house was finished on the 3rd day of the month Adar, which was in the 6th year of the reign of Darius the king.
So the 6th year of the reign of Darius the king was around 514, 515 BC. Historians say 515, but 6 minus 22 is 14. No, 6 minus 22 is 16. So they're saying 516, but historians say around 515 BC. Just give or take a year. Is when the temple got finished. 515 BC is when the temple got finished. And it was under the reign of King Darius I. So if we're looking at 6 years it took to finish construction, or in the 6th year, that means it was a total of 4 years of construction. No, let me take it back. It was 5 years of construction of work after the decree was set forth. The order was given year 1. Work didn't get started until year 2, so it was really 4 years. From year 2 to year 6 that the work got accomplished. But long story short, it was 515 BC when the temple was reestablished. Thawam, let us go and do 15 again, verse 15 again. Verse 15, Ezra 6 and 15.
Ezra chapter 6 and verse 15. And this house was finished on the 3rd day of the month Adar, which was the 6th year of the reign of Darius the king.
Okay.
And the children of Israel, the priests and the Levites, and the rest of the children of the captivity kept the dedication of this house of the Most High with joy.
Hold that. Let Adam finish verse 17.
And offered at the dedication of this house of the Most High 100 bullocks, 200 rams, 400 lambs, and for a sin offering for all Israel, 12 he-goats, according to the number of the tribes of Israel.
So now we're in the month of Adar, so then you know it's close to Passover time too. So it was the 3rd day of the month of Adar, the 14th day, if I'm not mistaken, is when the Passover sets up. So they did the reconvening or the dedication of the temple the 3rd day, and then shortly afterwards the Passover. Read on.
And they set the priests in their divisions, and the Levites in their courses, for the service of the Most High, which is at Jerusalem, as it is written in the book of Moses. Do you want 19?
Hold that. There's more in the Apocrypha that kind of coincides with the story. Let's jump to 1 Ezra chapter 7, verse 1 through 23. Chapter 7, verse 1 through 23. Yeah.
First Ezra, chapter 7 and 1. Then Sisones, the governor of Seleucia.
Wait a minute. I think I typed that wrong.
Okay.
No, I am wrong. Let me see. Yeah, I messed up. We didn't do First Ezra 6, did we?
No.
We need to go back and get First Ezra 6.
No, we finished at 5.
Yeah, we're gonna read verse 6, chapter 6, verse 1 through 34. We might stop after this because there's still more to go. I don't want to rush it. Yeah, let's read that.
Now, in the 2nd year of the reign of Darius Agaius, in Zacharias, the son of Iddo, the prophets.
Agaius is Haggai, Zechariah, son of Iddo. Read on, the prophets.
Prophesied unto the Jews in Jerusalem in the name of the Most High of Israel, which was upon them. Then stood up Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Jesus, the son of Justak, and began to build the house of the Most High at Jerusalem, the prophets of the Most High being with them and helping them. At the same time came unto them Sisones, the governor of Syria and Phoenice, with Shatharbozenes and his companions, and said unto them, By whose appointment do ye build this house and this roof, and perform all the other things? And who are the workmen that perform these things? Nevertheless, the elders of the Jews obtained favor, because the Most High had visited the captivity. And they were not hindered from building until such time as signification was given unto Darius concerning them, and an answer was received. The copy of the letters which Sisones, governor of Syria, and Phoenice, and Shatharbozenes, with their companions, rulers in Syria and Phoenice, wrote and sent unto Darius, to King Darius, reading, Let all things be known unto our Lord the King, that being come into the country of Judea, and entered into the city of Jerusalem, we found in the city of Jerusalem the ancients of the Jews that were of the captivity, building an house unto the Most High, great and new, of hewn and costly stones, and the timber already laid up upon the walls. And those works are done with great speed, and the work goeth on prosperously in their hands. With all glory and diligence is it made. Then asked we these elders, saying, By whose commandment build ye this house, and lay the foundations of these works? Therefore, to the intent that we might give knowledge unto thee by writing, we demanded of them who were the chief doers, and we required of them the names in writing of their principal men. So they gave us this answer. We are the servants of the Most High, which made heaven and earth. And as for this house, it was builded many years ago by a king of Israel, great and strong, and was finished. But when our fathers provoked Yahweh unto wrath, and sinned against the Most High of Israel, which is in heaven, he gave them over into the power of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, of the Chaldees, who pulled down the house and burned it, and carried away the people captives unto Babylon. But in the first year that King Cyrus reigned over the country of Babylon, Cyrus the king wrote to build up this house. And the holy vessels of gold and of silver that Nebuchadnezzar had carried away out of the house at Jerusalem, and had set them in his own temple, those Cyrus the king brought forth again out of the temple at Babylon, and they were delivered to Zerubbabel and Shenbasaris, the ruler, with commandment that he should carry away the same vessels and put them in the temple at Jerusalem, and that the temple of the Most High should be built in this place. Then the same Shenbasaris, being come hither, laid the foundations of the house of the Most High at Jerusalem, and from that time to this being still a building, it is not yet fully ended. Now therefore, if it seem good unto the king, let search be made among the records of King Cyrus. And if it be found that the building of the house of the Most High at Jerusalem hath been done with the consent of King Cyrus, and if our Lord the king be so minded, let him signify unto us thereof. Then commanded King Darius to seek among the records at Babylon. And so at Bacni, the palace, which is in the country of Media, there was found a roll wherewithin these things were recorded. In the first year of the reign of Cyrus, King Cyrus. In the first year of the reign of Cyrus, King Cyrus commanded that the house of the Most High at Jerusalem should be built again, where they do sacrifice with continual fire, whose height shall be 60 cubits, and the breadth 60 cubits, with 3 rows of hewn stones, and 1 row of new wood of that country, and the expenses thereof to be given out of the house of King Cyrus. And that the holy vessels of the house of the Most High, both of gold and silver, that Nebuchadnezzar took out of the house at Jerusalem, and brought to Babylon, should be restored to the house at Jerusalem, and be set in the place where they were before. And also he commanded that Sisnes, the governor of Syria, and Phoenice, and Sheph-Rabbazines, and their companions, and those which were appointed rulers in Syria and Phoenice, should be careful not to meddle with the place, but suffer Zerubbabel, the servant of the Most High, and governor of Judea, and the elders of the Jews to build the house of the Most High in that place. I have commanded also to have it built up whole again, and that they look diligently to help those that be of the captivity of the Jews, till the house of the Most High be finished. And out of the tribute of Syria and Phoenice, a portion carefully to be given these men for the sacrifices of the Most High, that is to Zerubbabel the governor for bullocks, and rams, and lambs, and also corn, salt, wine, and oil, that continually, every year, without further question, according as the priests that be in Jerusalem shall signify to be daily spent, that offerings may be made to the Most High for the king and for his children, and that they may pray for their lives. And he commanded that whosoever should transgress, yea, or make light of anything aforespoken or written out of his own house, should a tree be taken, and he thereon be hanged, and all his goods seized for the king. The Lord therefore whose name is there called upon, utterly destroy every king and nation that stretcheth out his hand to hinder or in damage that house of the Most High in Jerusalem. I, Darius, the king, have ordained that according unto these things it be done with diligence.
Read chapter 7.
And 7. Then Sisinnes, the governor of Syria, and Phoenice, and Shethrabuzanes, with their companions, following the commandments of King Darius, did very carefully oversee the holy works, assisting the ancients of the Jews and governors of the temple. And so the holy works prospered when Ajaeus and Zacharias the prophets prophesied. And they finished these things by the commandment of the Most High of Israel, and with the consent of Cyrus, Darius, and Artaxerxes, kings of Persia.
Artaxerxes is Xerxes. Historically, Xerxes the first reigned after King Darius the first. This is where these names get confusing, and it's going to get even more confusing as we continue on. Okay, it's going to get more confusing. So we got to make sure after we go through this, the information is going to get a little bit confusing with what portion of the history we're going into next based off the king's names. So let's continue.
And thus was the holy house finished in the 23rd day of the month Adar, in the 6th year of Darius, king of the Persians.
So approximately 515 BC, the temple was complete. And it was the third. It said it was the 23rd. Well, hold on. This one says the 23rd day of the month of Adar. The scripture said the 3rd day of the month of Adar, if I'm not mistaken. That's where it said, right? Ezra. It was Ezra chapter 6. It's the 3rd day. It's not the 23rd day. We got to make sure we're clear with this because in the scriptures in Ezra, it was the 3rd day. And it makes sense that it was the 3rd day because the Passover was on the 14th day. So we sat back here and celebrated the Passover also. So it was the 3rd, not the 23rd. We got to be, conscious of these little mistakes. Continue.
And the children of Israel, the priests and the Levites and others that were of the captivity, that were added unto them, did according to the things written in the book of Moses. And to the dedication of the temple of the Most High, they offered 100 bullocks, 200 rams, 400 lambs, and 12 goats for the sin of all Israel, according to the number of the chief of the tribes of Israel. The priests also and the Levites stood arrayed in their vestments, according to their kindreds, in the service of the Most High of Israel, according to the book of Moses, and the porters at every gate. And the children of Israel that were of the captivity held the Passover the 14th day of the 1st month. After that, the priests and the Levites were sanctified. They that were of the captivity were not all sanctified together.
So once again, it says it's reverse again. I'm sorry.
And the children of Israel that were of the captivity held the Passover the 14th day of the 1st month. After that, the priests and the Levites were sanctified.
Well, the scripture says the priests were sanctified first, then they had the Passover. We're going to go with the scriptures. It don't even make sense. It doesn't make sense the other way. The priests were sanctified, the temple was sanctified, priests were sanctified, then the Passover was sanctified. Then the Passover solidified things. Read on.
They that were of the captivity were not all sanctified together, but the Levites were all sanctified together.
The Levites had to be sanctified so they can deal with the sacrifices for the Passover. It was the same thing that was done when King Hezekiah was in power. They had to rush and get the Levites certified and sanctified so they can deal with the people and work on their issues. Same thing with Hezekiah. The people weren't all sanctified either. And it took time to get the people sanctified, but at least the priests were sanctified. Read on.
And so they offered the Passover for all them of the captivity. And so they offered the Passover for all them of the captivity, and for their brethren the priests, and for themselves. And the children of Israel that came out of the captivity did eat, even all they that had separated themselves from the abominations of the people of the land, and sought the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
And they kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days, making merry before the Most High.
So he's telling you, read verse 13 again.
And the children of Israel came, Slaki, and the children of Israel that came out of the captivity did eat.
So the ones that came out of captivity, which was the Israelites that was in Babylon and those other surrounding areas that made that trek out of that 100,000 some odd people, they sacrificed and they eat it. They ate. Read on.
Even all they that had separated themselves from the abominations of the people of the land.
Listen, there were also Israelites that were still in Israel that had separated themselves from the other abominable people that operated in those regions. There were still small little patches of Israelites that didn't leave, that were up north, that separated themselves from the other nations. They came down and celebrated the Passover also. Okay? Read on.
And sought the Most High. And they kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days, making merry before the Most High. For that he had turned the counsel of the king of Assyria toward them, to strengthen their hands in the works of the Most High of Israel.
Now the king of Assyria was really talking about the king of Persia. Okay? So listen, we're going to let that go. And let me see. Let's finish off Ezra. Let's go back to Ezra chapter 6, verse 19 to 22.
Okay.
So let's finish off Ezra. Thawon, finish that up.
Yes, sir.
19 through 22.
Yes, sir. Ezra chapter 6 and verse 19. And the children of the captivity kept the Passover upon the 14th day of the first month. For the priests and the Levites were purified together, all of them were pure, and killed the Passover for all the children of the captivity, and for their brethren, the priests, and for themselves. And the children of Israel, which were come again out of the captivity, and all such as had separated themselves unto them from the filthiness of the heathen of the land.
There was, like I said, there was Israelites that were there, maybe not in southern kingdom of Judah, but it was Israelites up north that separated themselves from these heathen that came and celebrated the Passover. Because you had to be clean to come to the Passover and celebrate. Read on.
To seek the Lord power of Israel did eat, and keep the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with joy. For the Most High had made them joyful, and turned the heart of the king of Assyria unto them, to strengthen their hands in the work of the house of the Most High, the power of Israel.
I guess the king of Assyria still is Darius, but the Most High sat back here and celebrated the fact that the king of Assyria, the king of all those regions, was now on their side and was able to complete the construction of the temple. Okay, now next week we'll go into the Josephus, their breakdown of this chapter. Then we're going to go into the next phase. But just for everybody, an FYI, chapter 7 of Ezra, we're not going to go into chapter 7 of Ezra next week. We're not going to go into chapter 8 of First Ezra next week. What we're going to do is skip so we can sit back here and stay on the proper timeline that's allocated. 515 BC was the time when the temple was renovated and restored. But the next major event that happened with our people was actually Purim. Purim actually comes next. After Purim is finished in Esther, then we come back to chapter 7 and we introduce Ezra on the scene. The scribe Ezra that's coming from Babylon again. So there is a big gap in years from Ezra 6 and 22 to Ezra 7 and 1. So we're going to sit back here next week and tie all that in together. And then once we're done with Esther and the adjoining verses in the Apocrypha, then we'll come back to Ezra chapter 7 and First Ezra chapter 8. Are there any questions? So today we finished up the finalizing of the temple restoration, and we will next week go heavily into the book of Esther and deal with Purim and the history with the next king, which was Xerxes the First. We're going to go from Xerxes, then we're going to go to chapter 7 in Ezra to Artaxerxes. Okay? Because that's the next king after Ezra runs his reign in Esther. Esther, if I'm not mistaken, Esther runs a 10-year period of time. And Xerxes reigned for 20 years. So after that process is completed, now we're back into the reign of Artaxerxes and his relationship with Ezra. Anyway, let's finish it up. Israel Amajim, Uponya, Yerushalayim. Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai. Please listen to us right now. Send Micah Allah and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Ahawa. Nithulanawa. Atharara. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Ahawa. Nithulanawa. Awar. Lara. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Hahawa. Nithulanawa. Ha'ayo. Kwara. La Kwara. Ha'ain. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us a ram's horn to call the people. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Hahawa. Nithulanawa. Shaman. Zayath. Lamashach. Yasharallah. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord. And to sing praise unto thy name. O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning. And thy faithfulness every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp. With the solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy works. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth the fool understand this. When the wicked spring is the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they should be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo, thy enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. My eye also shall see. My desire on my enemies. And my ears shall hear. My desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous also shall flourish like the palm tree. Salakia. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord. Shall flourish in the courts of our power. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. To show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. By Hashem Yahushai. Psalms 133. Shayar, Hamaayawa, La Duat, Hana, Ma, Tawab, Wama, La Ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gum, Yachad, Kashaman, Hatawab, Ayo, Harash, Yurad, Ayo, Hazakwan, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayarad, Ayo, Haya, Madawathyawa, Kator, Haramwan, Shayarad, Ayo, Haroya, Tazayawan, Kaya, Sham, Tazawak, Yahweh, Af, Habaraka, Chayayim, I, Ha'olam, Ba'ashem Yahshai. Get the verse here. Okay. Psalms 133. Behold, how good, and how pleasant, it is to dwell. I'm sorry. It is for brethren, to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended from the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai, Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai, Rachneo, Rashrolim, Rabiath, Suppoint, turn. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai, Rachneo, Rashrolim, Rabiath, Suppoint, turn. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai, Rachneo, Rashrolim, Rabiath, Suppoint. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai, Rachneo, Rashrolim, Rabiath, Suppoint. Baruch Theyho, Baruch Theyho Shot, Baruch Theyho, Baruch Theyho Shot, Baruch Theyho, Baruch Theyho Shot, Baruch Theyho, Baruch Theyho Shot. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all patience, all long suffering, all love, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh. By Hashem, Yahushai, the water. Amiyat, Aman. Circle up.
Saluting out in the heavenly order, Yahweh, Yahushai, Ukoya Shirala, Men Israel, Almighty. Bruh.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai, Barakatah. Kuriyasha. Guys from the top. Dismissed. Fall out. Israel, Tawada for tuning in. See y'all on Monday. Take care, y'all.